Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. Welcome to the one and only Copy That, the singular only copywriting and marketing show on the planet that happens to feature the five of us. I am Sean, just some guy. That is Alex and Rod. That is Luke. That is Lindsey. We are all, the five of us, working copywriters and marketers, working in various fields and to different degrees. And we have come together like Voltron to assemble and basically become this ultimate mega marketing mastermind, I guess, is what we've been doing for the past 3 years. I don't know. I don't know what we've been doing anymore. But I think one of us knows what we are going to be doing today.
Okay. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you may know me from the 5-hour Secrets of Copywriting video on the Copy That YouTube channel. Don't click there now, but click there later if you haven't seen it. And I'm the voice behind it. My name is Alex. Some of you will just know me anyway. And this stream is kind of a very important one to me because I think it's the time that we shed some light on what it takes to become a copywriter, especially in 2023, which I'm gonna leave exactly why 2023 is a special year for a little while, and I think we'll figure it out as you watch this video, because it's so possible to get into copywriting, and I posted earlier that this is still, I think, in my opinion, and maybe your guys' opinions as well, the best career that you can get into with the lowest floor. Like, anyone can do this. I don't have any qualifications. I don't have a degree. I'm not particularly clever. I'm certain that Sean's not very clever. Yet we are all successful copywriters now. And that's why it's so exciting. And today I just want to share, we all want to share how we got to this stage and how you can get there as well. Doesn't matter where you're starting from. Doesn't matter if you have money or don't. Doesn't matter if you are educated or not. All you really need to do is be able to write a little bit of English. And if you can do that, then you can manipulate those words to make money. So I'm very excited. And I want to crack into, I guess, how I would suggest you start. And we will all shed light on how you can make this a reality. Does that sound good to you guys, both in the chat and sharing the stage with me?
I definitely think that sounds good. I did not appreciate that burn, to be completely honest with you. But I am looking forward to talking about what we're going to talk about today. And over the course of the next hour to hour and a half, I think we're going to cover some really interesting topics. I actually recently polled a Facebook group full of copywriters of what they see trending and what is important to talk about in terms of copywriting and marketing in 2023. So I assembled basically what we're going to talk about over the course of the show, based on what actual real human people want to hear about. You watching this, you may just be a human person. And so hopefully this is applicable to you, whether you are starting your career or trying to accelerate it or in any way improve it in some way.
Yeah, I agree. That is very much the point of this video and the start of it. Now, Rod, Lindsey, or Luke, do you guys have anything to add to that before we just crack on with the value?
No, just, we're coming off of a little hiatus. We took a little break and we put a lot of thought into the episode calendar for this year. And I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a banging year and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're happy to be back.
I haven't had a banging year since college.
Yeah, that's wow.
Well,
that's what I was going to say. It's been ages since we've all been together like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been.
Start of a new season. Wow.
Yeah, that is it. That's something else I keep forgetting is, like, this is actually the start. So for you guys watching this who, are just interested in how to start copywriting, we're going to be telling you that. But also, we do this every month. We have a big topic and we discuss things, there or thereabouts. So if you want to get more of this content and continue your copywriting journey and know how to make more money from copywriting, then subscribe and I think probably hit the notification bell because that's what every other YouTuber says to do. So I want to start, if you guys are okay, with something that's really important to me, which is where I started as a copywriter, or as a copywriter, and how I took that leap from just kind of hearing about copywriting and like figuring out that you could make money from it to actually getting my first client. I want to start there. Is that okay with you guys?
Let's do it.
More
All
than
right.
okay.
So I when I was about, I don't know, 17, 18, something like that, I was, you know, a kind of a classic kid, and I was like, all right, well, I already had a bit of an interest in writing. It was kind of fun. I knew how to do it. I'd never written for money. I'd never done anything like that. I'd had some practice in school, some practice in volunteering and stuff. But I was like, I wonder if I can make money from this. So like everyone, you type in how to make money with writing or some such formula on Google. And then you discover that there's this thing called copywriting that's out there. And there's a lot of people who brand that term around, and I'm sure you've seen them. They say, hey, get rich with copywriting, 6-figure copywriting, etc., etc., etc. Now, that dream is so achievable. It's so achievable. I know because I've achieved it. But the one thing that I want to stress here, and the one thing that I know makes copy that very different, because I've been exactly where you are right now, is that we're not going to BS you and say that, hey, there is this one absolute stone cold method that you should be using to become a copywriter in 2023. There's not one method, okay? And, you know, I think if anyone on this stage with me said there was one method, I would leave copy that, because I don't feel comfortable with people who say this is the only way you can do it. And the reason they say that is because they want to sell you a $600 course. And I came across those people many, many times when I started out. But actually, if you just watch this stream, if you watch the rest of the free content that we have put out on YouTube, you can become a copywriter and you can earn a lot of money from it. The thing that made me realize that was when I was on Fiverr, and I got my first gig, which I think was for like, I don't know, $10 or something. And it was writing a few product descriptions for some kind of weird, like, I don't know, lending or P2P investment brokers, something like that. And I remember getting the payment and I was like, no way. I was like, I've just been paid for writing. That's so cool. I look back on that now and I'm like, if anyone ever asked me to do that kind of job for $10, I would laugh at them. That is ridiculous. But at the time, that felt amazing. And I hope you're at that stage now, because if you're at that stage now, I hope you can look at me and Rod and Luke and Sean and Lindsey and go, oh man, this is really possible. So I want to just give you my top 3 tips for actually making it as a copywriter, the things that I did before we kind of open the panel up. Okay, so number 1, this is, I'm not going to say the most important, but I think it's the most impactful if you do it consistently. So number 1 is immerse yourself in the world of copywriting and ads. What do I mean by that? I don't mean buy every course. I don't mean buy every copywriting book. I mean, when you're out there in the world, on the internet, look at ads that flash up in front of you, okay? Click into them. Sign up to email lists, which are, you know, there's a box and it says, hey, enter your email here, enter your name to get this free whatever. Buy products. Look at the emails you get sent. And then look at the other ads that come up after you've seen something on Facebook. Are you getting the same kind of ads? Are they tracking you because you've already bought something from them before? Are they tracking you because they've been on a website before? And even though to begin with, you're going to feel like, my God, this is so overwhelming, there's way too much here. And you will feel like that to begin with. I promise you that if you make a conscious effort to just look at all of them and read them, you will start to see so many patterns. And subconsciously, you will start to build up that copywriting knowledge. Like, you don't even need to do anything. There's not even a theory to it. There's not even a strategy. It's just read the stuff that's out there that people are already writing. Read your emails, read ads, look at them, watch YouTube ads at the beginning of videos. Especially on our videos, as we like to say. But if you do all that, I promise you, you are going to become gradually and kind of passively a better copywriter than I'd say 80% of the people that we see, like straight off the bat. Because most people we see, they will see a get rich quick copywriting thing. They will write their first piece of copy. They won't even look at it again. They'll send it off and go, oh, how am I? It's like, well, have you ever seen anyone else write like this? No, you've just tried to mimic a style. So that's the number one thing I would say is please immerse yourself in ads because it makes such a huge difference. The number two thing that I would say, I'm going to leave number three as the most important. The number two thing that I would say, and this is still important, is please actually write copy, right? Like actually write copy, because you have no idea how many people don't even start. I mean, I think you guys would agree. They get so caught up in just reading the books about copywriting and they never actually try themselves. I promise you, the only way to get better at this is to just write copy. And it's great if you can share it with people. There's the Copy That Discord server community. There's the Copywriting Collective Discord server community. Both of those are places where you can get your stuff critiqued for free. And of course, if you join us, we have a Patreon as well, where we like to critique. Is it every Thursday, guys? I think we critique Patreon's copy. But just write.
It's 2 Thursdays every month. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to like every single Thursday at this particular point yet. That's a lot.
Disclaimer.
That's a lot.
Disclaimer. Yeah. After the 24 hours we've just had, I'm not going to commit to any more work. But yeah, so just write copy. It will suck to begin with. You will suck. You suck right now, probably, but that's okay, because all you have to do is suck less than the person you're writing for. And the way to do that is to write more than they write. And that's really easy to do. You just need to start doing it. And we will get some more concrete ways of how to do this as we go on this stream. But the reason I'm saying these three now is because I really want you to actually ingest them and just think about them, because I promise you, if you take this advice to heart, you will go far. Number three, this is the most important piece of copywriting advice that I have. Like, the most important piece, without a doubt. If you listen to anything, listen to this. You need to say yes. You need to say yes to every opportunity that you get. Okay? Now, some people may disagree with me on this. Anytime that someone asks you to help out with their business, like a family or a friend or whatever, say yes. Like, because they know you're writing, you've told them, oh, I'm trying to be a writer. Just say yes and help them out. Any kind of job or gig you see on like Upwork or Fiverr, you go, I don't know, that money might not be enough. Like, to begin with in your career, say yes to it. Okay, say yes to it and just start, because you can never go wrong if you're writing copy. And the best opportunities I've ever had are when I've just said yes to people, where I've said, right, okay, yeah, sure, I'm not sure how to do this thing, but I'm going to do it. And that's the crux of it, is that most people will keep saying no and will keep putting things off because they're not yet confident about it. If you wait until you're confident, then you'll be waiting forever. I don't think any of us were confident before we started. Like, we were scared, and you have to be scared. So that's the first thing. The most important thing for you is just to say yes to any opportunity you get. Those are my three kind of top, mantras, I guess, to keep in mind. We're going to break down into some actual useful, actionable steps for you right now in writing copy. But before I move on, guys, apologies for taking up a little bit of time there. I really felt I had to get that across, because those are the three things I wish I could go back and tell myself now.
I want to give the floor to Lindsey, actually, because I have a feeling that she's going to respond with a fuck yes to everything that you just said regarding saying yes.
Yes. Just yes. No, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you, Alex. There are a few things that I wanted to add. Saying yes forces you to go figure it out live. And you will never do that when you just stay in theory land. And you'll never feel ready. You will never feel as perfect as you want to feel. But saying yes will force you to get out there and start, start looking up examples that you want to, that you kind of want to pull inspiration from. It'll just force you to get out there and get your hands dirty. I would add one more to your list, Alex. I would add finding mentors, finding, and this, it is a plug for Copy That and the Copy Collective and all of those places. But surround yourself with people who are also doing copy and writing copy. There's so much that you can learn from being a part of a community of like-minded people. And I know, just just being around copywriters who are talking about it all day, every day, I just learned a lot more than, you know, when I'm kind of studying it by myself at home in front of a computer, not really looking at what other people are doing. So I think that's a big one.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree. Like, just know it. I think it's very hard, you know, and it's kind of it's a kind of a stupid example. If you're just in a room on your own with access to like barely anything else, how do you know if you're getting better, right? Mm-hmm. Like, if there's none of that human interaction, how do you know you're getting better? And I think there's two ways to go about it. Like, one, you get people who already know what they're doing, which is certainly the quicker way. Or two, you just put stuff out there enough, and the world will tell you if it's good or not. So like, which is you have to, I think you have to have far thicker skin for, because God knows I've been ripped apart many times. And God knows I rip apart juniors many times for the same reason, in that like, that's the quick way to learn, but it's much quicker to be told the mistakes before you make them, you know, because there's a lot that can be cut out. So yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Sean, Rod, Luke, I know you guys have wealths of advice as well. Let's get the mantras and stuff out the way.
Well, with season 3, I'm trying to like press us to adopt this new like stay on topic and stay focused on something for once in our lives mantra, which, you know, we're notoriously bad at. But I'm trying to like ensure that these episodes like retain that copy that like, oh, we're going to venture off into the ether sort of flavor, but lacks the, oh, we've all been huffing ether and can't focus on anything flavor. So, you know, striking that balance is, I think, important. The thing with mentorship, listen, this segment of the show I have in my notes as the best advice we have for learning, practicing, and getting into copy. And for me, the best advice that I have is adopting a certain degree of self-awareness without venturing into insecurity territory. Now, what do I mean by that? Writers, people who want to be professional writers, are notoriously angsty, anxious, very hand-wringy, very nervous sort, you know, nerds. They're fucking nerds. I'm also trying to swear less this season, and I'm already failing. Anywho, the issue is that I see among so many newbies and juniors is you either get sort of caught in the mud of not knowing where to start, and really the unfortunate advice that I have for those people is that it doesn't much matter where you start so long as you're doing something. And then there are the other people that get to a certain degree of competence, but then they get their wheel stuck in the mud of, I feel like I need to keep learning before I go prospect because I am a nervous wreck. What if I fail? What if I mess up for the client? What if what if a client asks me to make a table and I make a terrible table and the client is unhappy with the table and asks for a refund? You know, things like that. People get caught up in these two different ways. Like, I would say 80% of the copywriters I interact with that are trying to get into this business, they fall into one of those two camps. And the best advice that I have is learning kind of where you are in the process. Like, if you are asking questions like, what even is a copies? Google and YouTube are going to be your best friend. Copy that may even be your best friend, though I don't want to encourage any parasocial relationships. The step above that, once you get into like, okay, I kind of understand what this copywriting thing is, that's the point where you are ready for theory. How much theory? Start with 2 books. One problem that I see again and again and again is that people will just start reading copywriting book after copywriting book after marketing book after marketing book, and they won't do anything else. Like, they'll never actually write copy. They'll never practice. They'll never actually go out and read copy. They'll just read theory of copy. And now let me ask you this, person watching this right now. If I know that a nuclear reaction requires the fusion of 2 groups of protons and nuclei, like 2 protons and a nucleus, and the neutrons in there as well, and we need those those neutrons to kick off a chain reaction of other things. I know that theoretically. Does that mean that I'm professionally ready to become a power plant operator in a nuclear reactor? I would say the answer is no. And so I think a really good comment that we just got, theory is addictive, is a good way to put this. Because here's the thing. Your anxiety is going to force you to go looking for cheap dopamine hits, reading a book, learning a thing. Only if you're Homer Simpson. Yeah, pretty much. All of these things are going to sort of like lead you astray into territory where you get stuck. Because rather than like the real painful, threatening anxiety of like actually practicing and performing in front of real people, that is getting a client or applying for a job, you're going to sort of retreat into this little turtle shell of like, I'll just keep learning more. I'll just keep reading more. I'll just keep working on my spec pieces, stuff like that. And so the best advice that I have for you this year is read 2 books, then start reading a ton of copy, then start, actually writing and practicing copy. And then once you've learned how to revise and edit yourself reasonably well, show it to other people, either forums, groups, via the Copy That Show Patreon. I'm gonna show a banner right now. Hey, this is the thing. I love StreamYard. This is a new thing that we're doing, and I really enjoy it. But yeah, it's really at that point where along those steps, as long as you keep yourself moving up that ladder of skills and forcing yourself out of your comfort zone, you're going to make progress. You can't not make progress because you're going to be constantly exposing yourself to new things and new aspects of what you need to learn in order to succeed in this business. So that's the advice that I have for 2023. What are the 2 books? Again, that falls into it doesn't really much matter. Like, if you go to, hold on, I have a banner for that too, copythatshow.com, we have an entire page of the books that we recommend. Just pick 2 random ones that feel like they would be like applicable to the kinds of things that you're interested in, and then just read them. And then that will be enough theory for now, because then you'll be able to read real copy, emails, landing pages, Coca-Cola ads, all of that fun stuff, and then connect, the theory thing with the praxis thing. They melded together into one thing that I have learned. That is my impression of you, but in the future, after you listen to what I say.
Almost certainly offensive to our audience, but yeah, hey, I'm gonna almost go counter to that and say, if you do want 2 books, and I would recommend 2 books because these are 2 books I read, and if you go to copythatshow.com, you'll see I wrote a little blurb about each one and why I thought they were the best for me at the time. Scientific Advertising by Claude Hopkins, amazing, love that book. That just set me in the direction of, this is what advertising is meant to be. And then Great Leads by Michael Masterson, which is just phenomenal book. And John Ford, right, as well?
Yeah, John Ford, Jack Ford.
Yeah.
Here's one of the reasons why I like your recommendation of Scientific Advertising by Claude Hopkins. It's in the public domain, so it's free. So literally anybody who's like just learning copywriting and doesn't want to spend a lot of money, go read that book and you'll learn a ton. All the skills in copywriting are very transferable to other fields like sales, marketing, customer service, any white collar job, basically. Like, you're going to benefit from learning basic persuasion and advertising techniques. And so rather than like spend money on an uncertain thing, just read the certain thing that is free, legally free.
Yeah. It's just a phenomenal book as well. Like it is that book. I can tell you that book led to the 5-hour video without a doubt. Like the way, I'm so lucky that was the first advertising book I picked up, because it set me in such a good frame of mind for how marketing actually works, that like that's why I have earned so much money and have beat other people for jobs, and like now head of marketing, because I think about it in the way that Claude Hopkins sets out in that book. Phenomenal. Go and read that. All right. Luke and Rod, do you want to sum up any mantras you have quick? Because then I also want to move into getting clients, because I have a couple of quick fire tips for everyone.
Yes, I do. And just to clarify, the book is Scientific Advertising by Claude Hopkins, for people asking in chat right now. Yeah, so my advice for this year is a little bit contrary maybe to what a lot of people online are saying right now. I see a lot of ads for, hey, get in on this new AI copywriting, get in on this like crazy tech bubble plan, roadmap, whatever kind of shtick. And while I'm not going to say that those are not niches or approaches that don't work, I think that if you are someone who is just starting out, who doesn't have a good foothold in your copywriting abilities yet, it's not super realistic for you to buy a course, hear someone lecture you for an hour or two on some technology you've never heard of before, and then bam, have a ton of success. What I would recommend is to start where you are. And what I mean when I say that is, right now, you person watching the stream, you are living in a place, you might have a job, you might be thinking about getting a job, you might have been studying something. We live in a world that no matter what you do, advertising is going to be related to that thing in some way. And so the easiest way for you to get a foothold in advertising is to leverage the skills and experiences you already have to start doing your first couple jobs, or to do your first couple of gigs. That's actually how I got my start in copywriting, was through doing political work. And so I had some experience writing for, like doing speech writing for political campaigns. And I kind of turned that into a, hey, well, let me like do some of your online messaging. Let me write some of your landing pages. Let me write some of your emails. And it was a lot easier for me to pitch my services and get jobs that way, because I already had experience. And more importantly, I already understood how that other sort of world worked. And so if you're just starting out right now, if you had any other kind of job, think about the ways in which you could maybe like pitch an old boss for, copywriting work or some other kind of advertising work.
All right, you guys. Is my microphone better now, or is it very gainy still?
You are speaking with the voice of God. Jesus.
So yeah, it works fine.
Is that better, or?
Let's take it down about 30 decibels.
Jesus, what happened? Okay, tell me how this is. How is this? Is it better?
Now you're talking with bedroom voice. That I like.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Better. So I'm sorry. I just accidentally like flicked my hand and like I turned one of the knobs on my audio interface and disaster happened. So guys, yeah, advice in 2023. I want to sort of like explore what you already said, Alex, and also you, Sean. Like, you need some theory to get started. Like, if you don't actually know what's going on, like if you don't have a framework in your head, or at least some idea of what marketing is, which you can learn for free with Claude Hopkins' book, then you're probably just going to go into the wrong direction. But what I think is even more important is that some things you just can't learn with theory. If you were to go learn skiing, you could read a ton of books and you could prepare and you do the exercises in your own bedroom and you'd look really silly. But the moment you're, on the piste, you got to strap those skis on your feet and you got to go down there and probably hit the snow with your face a couple of times, right? It's like you can't just not apply and not actually go out into the real world and do the things that you've learned. And with copy, what I mean to say with that is like, you're going to have to work with clients that suck. You're going to have to work with clients that are great. You're going to have to learn to interpret the needs and the wants that your clients have. Because if you don't learn those, like, you're never going to be able to have a successful project. And truthfully, you're probably going to fail a couple of projects, and it's perfectly fine. But if you don't go and actually work for people, you're never going to be a copywriter. So there's never going to be a point where you're going to say, well, I'm ready, because you won't be ready until you do it. You won't learn these skills until you actually start applying them. And I'd say that's my most important bit of advice that I can give people who are learning or who are a little bit stuck while learning. So,
yeah, I think that's so right as well. And I think that moves quite nicely onto, I think what Rod said and what Luke said moves quite nicely into what I want to talk about next, which is getting clients. Because, you know, we spoke a little bit about how we were going to do this video.
Time out.
Time out, Sean?
Yeah, time out, because I'm looking at my show notes, and the best ways we know to get clients, jobs, and gigs is number 5 on the list.
Oh,
and we just
God.
finished with number 2 on the list.
Oh, dear. Well, that's my fault. I was so busy looking at 2, which is the best advice for getting into copy, that I was like, oh, getting into copy, that must be getting jobs. So you guys can have to wait if you want to hear about the best ways to get clients. Stay
tuned to the end of this episode, this exciting episode of Copy That, if you want to know how to get clients, and among other things. What I would like to instead veer us towards is what I have as the number 3 on the list, which is the trends of marketing and copy that we're noticing right now. However, before we move on to that, I also want to take time between these segments to field questions, answer your questions, elaborate on anything that we've talked about thus far. So, for example, one question that I saw, why is it that jobs ask for copywriters, but then you get in the interview and they actually want copywriting? And I have a very simple and easy answer for this. It's because they don't know the difference. Like, to a certain umbrella category of people, all writing for money is copywriting, and that's a fine way to look at it. More often than not, if you work in the advertising space, like the actual sales writing space, copy is writing to sell, but that's not how most people look at it. And you kind of just have to be sort of mentally flexible and understanding that, like, okay, let's get clarity on this job first before I go into an interview to make sure that, oh, this is the kind of copywriting that I actually want to do. Anybody else have anything they want to say to answer this question?
No, that's 100% what it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We told people what the book was. Snyder07 says that he is a stay-at-home dad right now, and he's going to work on selling his kids on finishing dinner. And if you discover any tactics, please let me know, because I'm in the market for that kind of information.
Just hire an animator to make a small animation of your kid's favorite character eating the food that you want them to eat. There you go. if you have the funds to hire an animator. It depends, I guess. That's the prerequisite to that.
Yeah, I think Cocomelon has tried to do that, and it ain't working.
It's because, have you seen their eyes? I don't want to talk about Cocomelon. I don't want to think about that again.
The marketing is brilliant, but that is for an episode in the future.
Yep. All right.
We have a few questions and statements about AI and ChatGPT, and that is on my list. Trust me, guys. We are going to talk about AI in this particular stream, so don't worry about that. Let's see. And I'm not seeing any other questions. Anybody else have any other questions or anything else they want to say or elaborate on?
No, thank you for keeping us on track, Sean.
I'm trying to be a little bit of a whipcracker this particular season. Maybe I shouldn't call myself a cracker, huh?
Maybe, especially a whip cracker.
Oh boy!
I believe you on.
I swear to God, it's going to be me that gets us canceled one day.
Let's veer back on track.
Let's veer back on track to number 3, the thing that we're going to talk about, which is trends in marketing and copy that we're noticing right now, which is what is the best copy to be learning? Where's the money? Comments about niches that are exciting right now, or anything else that we can think of. And I want to start with this first. One thing that I've noticed, because I work in financial copy, Lindsey does too. Luke and Rod are dipping their toes into it. And one thing that has happened over the last year is that, I don't know if you've noticed, but the market has gone down. Crypto has gone down. Stocks have gone down. Bonds have gone down. Real estate is going down. Things have gone down. Now things are starting to trend back up, but people are still very much in like turtle shell protective mode. And one of the trends that I'm noticing in financial copy is that for much of 2022, lots of financial publishers were trying to and lots of newbie copywriters were trying to get in and write promos and advertisements selling get rich quick schemes, crypto trading strategies, like very bullish, like, oh, buy this stock because it's going to go up with the things and the money and the government. That's my impression of bad financial copy.
Kermit, I thought, but okay.
Why does bad financial copy all sound like Kermit? Anywho, they were all slow to read the writing on the wall. And as a result, a lot of financial publishers actually went out of business in 2022 because they didn't understand the market. Mm-hmm. One of the things that you need to do as a copywriter and marketer is always understand the sentiment of the people you're speaking to. And starting around like February, March of 2022, the sentiment went from greed to risk off. And so every time I see some new copywriter coming into our Discord or asking me about, hey, would it be a smart idea to write a promo about crypto? I have to bite my tongue until blood starts coming out of the side of my mouth, because the answer is, are you joking? Are you kidding? Have you looked at a chart recently? The answer is no. People don't buy stuff when it's going down. People buy stuff when it's going up. When stuff is going down, when the market turns against people, the gamblers, the bettors, people instead look for safety, guaranteed ways to preserve their assets. They also look for somebody to blame. And that's why the only promos that have been selling well in the financial space have been very political in nature, very anti-Biden, very, how should I say, like trying to tap into the notions that financial buyers have, which is not, hey, it's time to make $1 million in crypto right now. Will that change? I don't know, but that's the trend that I am noticing.
I mean, I actually want to throw up a question that we just got in chat to kind of go into my answer, which is Lethal Terror asks, is it better to get into a niche I'm interested in or a niche I know has the money to pay well? Now, I'm going to say something that I don't think I have ever really heard another kind of copywriting guru say, which is that any niche can pay well. Believe me. The trick is, and I'm not going to get too into it because we're going to talk about it when we talk about getting clients, but like the trick is, if you know good copy, then there are plenty of companies in every single niche whose copy is not good that you can improve. And if you can improve copy and take someone from earning this much to this much, you can take a chunk of that out for yourself. Now, we could talk here, we could sit here and we could talk about financial, we could talk about health, we could talk about relationships, we could talk about sex toys, which is another fantastic industry. We could talk about loads of stuff and say, hey, this is the best one, this is the best one, blah, blah, blah. But like I said at the beginning of this episode, copy that is different because we don't say there is one right thing to do. There are plenty of right things to do. I think, Luke, Sean, Rod, myself, Lindsey, with the exception of Sean and Lindsey, I think we all got into this by doing different niches initially. So it's not like, yeah, we're all successful copywriters and we've all earned a lot of money. So there's no one right niche. The trick to this is going to be, how well can you write in a niche? Not how good is the niche, but how well can you write in the niche? And further to that, how well can you identify clients, which is something we'll come onto later. But that's my general spiel about niches, first of all, before I carry on too much. But something I want to address on the trends. Oh, see you, Rod. Rod loves niches. He gets so annoyed when I talk about, no, I don't know where he went. But something I want to address with the trends I've noticed. My love is e-commerce copywriting. Now, e-commerce is an extremely broad term. Generally speaking, that means like physical products. So the shipping of physical products online. Sean, Luke, Lindsey, you guys watching, just look around your room. This isn't going to be true for everyone, but I'm gonna guess at least 10 to 20% of people watching this or here right now has some kind of cardboard box in their room right now of something they either haven't opened or like they've just opened, right? Like you're going to have something there. It might even be higher than 20%. And the weird thing is, the things in those boxes are all going to be like completely different. I've got, you can't see it, it's just off screen, but I've got a big microphone arm, which I didn't have time to set up, in a box there. I'm sure Sean has a book or two. Luke may have like a model of an old Dutch ship or something. Hey, there's a book. Right? Like Lindsey may have like toys for her kids. There's like so many different things that are all completely different in different niches. But people lump e-commerce copywriting and e-commerce marketing into like one big thing. And for you, if you decide to go into e-commerce, that's a huge advantage, because if you have all these people who think, oh, e-commerce copywriter, we've got to get an e-commerce copywriter, there are an absolute like plethora of niches within e-commerce. So even though you may have only written in dog treats before, you can so easily get a role or a job writing for like touchscreens or like, you know, touch tablets or something like that. It's crazy good. A specific trend that I am noticing at the moment in e-commerce is pore cleaners. So not like makeup, not like creams exactly. So not something that is designed to just kind of like rub on your skin, but a lot of stuff around like removing dirt from body. I can tell you why that's a trend right now, because I am tapped into a few people who discuss this and drop shippers and things like that. It's because one of the like aloe vera based creams that they use to like rip dirty pores or dirt out of pores on your face, that has just been not decriminalized, but has been unrestricted in China, which is where they get it from. So right now, it's an extremely satisfying product to both look at and to sell. That's blowing up right now in both the dropshipping and the copywriting world. So the kind of what I would call the practical beauty industry, and this is both for men and women, where you are actually affecting change on your body. That's just had a massive impact. So I'm not talking about a demonstration where, you know, someone rubs some cream on their face and then like, oh, they look a bit younger like in a month. I'm talking about the ones where you have like earwax removal, like scrapers, where you go and you see like people pulling wax out. You see people like ripping the dirt out of their pores. You see like people scrubbing their beards and like all this, and it's kind of gross, right? You see this like dandruff and stuff come off it. That stuff is booming right now. One, because I think copywriters are starting to kind of realize the power of demonstration again in certain e-commerce niches, and the kind of deregulation of these creams, I think, has just kickstarted that boom. So that is an up and coming trend in my world that I notice at the moment. Anyone else? Rod, Luke, Lindsey. I grossed everyone out.
No, I've seen those ads. And that is a big trend.
Yeah.
That is scaling really well right now. But yeah, what other trends are you guys noticing out in copywriting and marketing at the moment that you think is important for people to sort of plug into?
I don't know how wide-reaching it actually is, but one thing I've been having a lot of success with lately is writing. I work with a lot of like course creators and people who do sort of like almost like motivational content. And so whereas historically, like I've done a lot of that in like the business entrepreneurial space, like here's how to find like financial success. More and more I've been working with people who are doing more like cultural, your face is very large, Sean.
I'm trying to figure out how to spotlight your video.
Oh, you can do that, and then you can just drag me into the big thing. Yeah. Wow, yeah. My face is so large.
I love it.
Excellent.
I love your large face.
Me too, because I normally get told it's very small. But yeah, so I've been seeing a lot of people responding well to more sort of like left-leaning, inclusivity, that sort of thing. Whereas, from like a course buying perspective, whereas traditionally I've seen that more so in activist spaces where it has not been able to be monetized nearly as effectively. And so I think kind of capitalizing on like a similar emotion as in the financial industry, pay attention to what people are feeling right now and, cash in on products that are kind of making use of those feelings.
Nice.
Do you want to have a go, Lindsey, or should I talk a little bit about niches, I guess?
I Well, I'll go ahead. One of the niches that I write about, that I am in, Sean as well, because we own a business together, is in the education space. We actually we own a tutoring company there, and with the fallout after COVID, a lot of parents are still afraid of sending their kids back to school. And so one of the things that has kind of stuck, well, not only that, but teachers are burnt out and are leaving in droves and moving on to other careers. And so the public school systems, even the private school systems, as we knew them, are not the same, and they're changing a lot. And we're seeing a lot of kind of alternative school systems pop up, like micro schools, like the super hyper privatization of schools. We called them learning pods during the pandemic, but a lot of people have figured out a way to create the kind of, trends in parenting and things like that are also changing. And so I think people are finding ways to surround themselves with like-minded people and create their own education systems for kind of rearing their kids, which is a little ways scary, but at the same time, I think it's a big opportunity in the education space, because, a lot of these people, they're parents, they don't have business experience, but they're creating schools and businesses and trying to figure out how to do it. And then, they certainly don't know how to market themselves. So I find it's a trend that's, I find super interesting, in the education space, that I think is a good opportunity for copywriters.
Yeah, somebody earlier had a comment about our communities big right now, and I would say that communities have been big forever, since the dawn of humanity. But right now, with the hyper insularity that the internet foments, you tend to see a lot of people now sort of self-segregating into like people that are ideologically similar, like financially similar, people that, have similar values and things like that. And they just absolutely want to avoid anything that sort of like tries to poke at, prod at, or get people out of those bubbles. And so right now, sort of leaning into that is, creating clubs, creating, squads, creating, communities, creating teams. Like, these are all subscription products and other things that work really well, and would work really well on the branding side too. Not even on the direct response side, but on the branding side, like just having clubs where people can sort of like self-identify and like lean into the notions that they come to your product with. So
yeah, those are so powerful right now. I'm actually, one of the projects I'm working on, like, literally does that, where it more or less just creates like a message board for people to talk to each other. And so there's very little work we have to do on our side to actually create content for it, because people self-identify, talk to each other, feel more and more validated, and then continue to subscribe for a service that effectively they're providing to themselves. It is fantastic.
We were just talking about this the other day, Sean, with Mark. Do you remember we were talking about, Sean and I fulfill content for a Japanese client, and the client was asking about access to the gurus, because one of the trends that they're observing there is that people increasingly want access to their gurus. And it's interesting when we think about when we think about that in the context of COVID and what happened in the last few years, people, speaking about kind of the culture here in the US, particularly, people went from, working really intensively at their jobs, and suddenly they're pushed home. And I think two things happened. People realized that work is not life, and they started doing more social things again, and finding community in other ways online. And because people are spending a lot of time at home in front of their computers and whatnot, I think people sought that out online. But then in addition to that, I think working remotely gave people the opportunity to spend time in communities elsewhere. So I do think that's a huge trend. We're seeing it already with, we're seeing it with our client in Japan. And I won't be surprised to see a lot of this kind of community talk and feel just in copywriting in general out in the world.
Yeah, Sean, I don't want to interrupt you. You go.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one quick thing to that, which is, yeah, like right now, and I blame the internet for this. There's a sort of like, what did I think Thomas Friedman, the journalist and nonfiction writer, wrote a book called The World is Flat. And it was mainly about globalism, but talked about how like the effect of the internet, the effect of globalization, like it basically flattened out the world and made everything like much, much closer together. And one of the things that has really stuck out to me is, people have always responded to like guru marketing, like people have always wanted to like buy into a cult of personality, buy into a product that was more about the person making the product than the product itself, which is really like the only USP we got going for us. So, there you go. But like Andrew Tate is a great example of this. Like he's not selling anything that Tom Vu wasn't selling in 1983, like lifestyle stuff, the sort of like hyper aggro masculinity thing, the sort of like, find your place in the society that has rejected you, take the red pill kind of stuff. Like that has all been a narrative that has existed for well over a half century and used to market to people. Because once you hear somebody telling you and articulating some of the sort of, how should I say, amorphous notions that you have in your head, well, that person then becomes the focal point, the ideologue that concretizes all of that for you in your mind. And that becomes very easy for you to sort of glom onto. Now, like I point out to Andrew Tate because his name is trending, of course, but I don't really care about Andrew Tate or the effect that he has had on people or any of that. I'm going to take a strong stance against human trafficking if he is found guilty of that. I'm also going to take a strong stance against tax evasion if he is found guilty of that. But like what I'm trying to point out is that Andrew Tate is not new. Like this whole thing, it's new for the people that are getting into marketing and copywriting. A lot of the people that responded to those offers were like 16, 17, 18, because that's the age when you're kind of looking for your place in the world. And now all of a sudden, here is a person that is offering a very concrete, very specific, very, how should I say, simple way of looking at the world and comporting yourself in society. Of course, that's going to be an attractive offer. Of course, you're going to want to be part of that squad. And of course, you're going to want to see the sort of lifestyle benefits that come from that. One of the things that I want to impress upon you, however, person watching, is that none of that is new. And there will be another Andrew Tate in 5 years, and 10 years from now, and 15 years from now. Like, one of the things that I talked about in, if you go join the patreon.com/thecopythatshow, I talked to a marketer named Rich Sheffrin, who is often touted as like the guru to the gurus, because like, if you name a marketer, like a digital marketer of the last 15 years, chances are they worked for Rich Sheffrin first. Like, chances are, Rich Sheffrin, like, your Russell Brunsons, your Ryan Dices, like, your Justin Brooks, your Todd Browns, like, all of them have in some way, genealogically, descended from Rich Sheffrin. I interviewed him. That is available on Patreon. One of the things that we talked about was how technology now is allowing for these parasocial relationships to sort of allow customers to become closer to the gurus. And one of the trends in marketing right now that everybody needs to be aware of is that is just going to increase more and more and more as we become more and more and more insular and more segregated. And so thinking up and conjuring offers that allow people to get closer to the people and the ideas that they're responding well to, that's going to be a huge moneymaker for basically everybody.
Yeah, I agree. And I want to, I mean, what, Sean, before I launch into a little spiel, how are we doing for time and what should we be talking about next?
In terms of time, we're over. Luke still needs to give his insights on trends, and we still need to talk about AI writing.
Well, I guess I can do my part. A niche or a trend, something. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it. That's weird. Better?
A little bit better, yeah.
A little bit better? Okay. Jeez. Crazy microphone. So, right. So I'd actually pick some sort of I guess a timeless trend or a timeless niche. I think any niche which requires more specialized knowledge and a trend that requires you to explain things which are a little bit difficult in a more simple way can be very, very profitable. One example of that, for example, would be technology. I mean, I work in tech. I do a lot of marketing and copywriting for a startup. I have another offer of my own that I'm building out right now. And honestly, something that I see among many, many SaaS companies is that they don't know how to explain what they're doing. You've got a lot of engineers who just write very complicated abstractations, I guess, that are just not very easy to grasp. They might talk about all kinds of databases, microservices, blah, blah, blah. And as a business user, you're just like, I don't really know what any of that means. So if you're a copywriter and if you can sort of dig into that technical side of yourself, and if you can understand sort of the technical things that are going on in businesses and businesses that want to sell software, and if you can explain that to the, you know, the ideal customer of those software companies, then you can make a lot of money because there are very, very few copywriters who are good at doing this. There are just few people who can explain like the A to B to C to D process of like a technical process and sell as well. You know, it's not just explaining the technical side of it, but also selling it. So you both got to know the technical stuff and you got to know how to sell. If you can do that, you can find a job with pretty much any startup. And yeah, you can literally make ridiculous amounts of money. So that's a niche or a skill or a trend or whatever you may want to call it that I'd say look at and maybe consider because, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah. All right. I think unless anyone else has anything to say on niches quick, I think maybe we should field a few quick questions and then move on to AI and ChatGPT. Sound good?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, so what questions did we miss? There's been a lot of messages, and thank you guys for being here and engaging. It always makes these a lot more fun and hopefully more valuable for you because we actually answer your questions. That didn't quite answer the question asked about niches. For example, I'm a lawyer, background in legal writing and research. Should I pitch myself as focusing on the legal field? Rod, I think, leaned into this quite a bit earlier on. 100%, you definitely can. It's one of the things that we recommend in various resources we put out, which is if you have existing experience in something, say, hey, like, I understand the world of plumbing and I know how to advertise it. So you're going to be more likely to get a role. Definitely. Anything else that we missed?
Can I add one thing to that, Alex?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit more there. I think the question of should you do that is a little bit hard for us to tell you because the answer is going to come down to, well, do you want to? If you're a lawyer and you hate your job and you hate talking about legal things or writing about legal matters, you might not want to work in legal copywriting or whatever that is. And so if you don't want to do that, absolutely don't do that. But if you do want to do that, you're going to have a huge leg up over anyone else. And so really what we're talking about is leveraging your experience to come across as more credible, as more professional, as having a certain kind of expertise that then makes it easier for you to get started and get good jobs. So, if you don't want to do that, you absolutely don't have to. You do something else.
Cool. Another quick fire one. Is healthcare a good space for copywriters? I'm in healthcare right now. So that's one of the things I write quite a lot in. So I would say so. And I would say that's probably everything right now, unless you guys have seen other ones, because I know we're going to cover a lot of these questions soon anyway. All right. So ChatGPT. Now I'm sure about 50% of our audience's ears just perked up when ChatGPT, is that going to take over from copywriters? I certainly have views on this. Sean, I know you have strong views on this. I think we probably all have strong views on this. Lindsey, do you have strong views on this?
I love this tool. I think it's very helpful. I mean, I actually do. I use it a lot, actually. And I think it's amazing. Do I think that it's going to take over copywriting and we're all going to lose our jobs? Absolutely not. Having written a lot of copy and knowing the amount of skill that it takes, copywriting is less writing. It is more about persuasion. It is more about understanding who you're talking to. The type of content that's coming out of ChatGPT is very informational. There's a lot of redundancies, obviously. I know the algorithm will get better and smarter over time, and so a lot of that stuff will go away. But for the most part, I have a hard time seeing how it could, how eventually we would all lose our jobs. I think it's a wonderful tool that copywriters can actually use to as a launching pad to, just get something on the page. A lot of times, I'm tired, I'm having a hard time coming up with something. I can very quickly go there, type in, a prompt, it'll spit me out a ton of content. And then immediately I'm locked into, editing that content, working with it. And before you know it, I'm off and I've got my groove back. So actually, I think it's a wonderful tool. I don't think it's anything to be feared. I think it's something that we can all use. What do you guys think?
I want to go to Sean.
I'll go last because y'all know that I have made on my own several videos about this. I have strong opinions. I've worked with AI in the past, and yeah, so I'll go last.
I literally have 2 sentences to say on this, which is number one, ChatGPT can't negotiate pay rise or like a job for you. People aren't smart enough to just get ChatGPT and use it for all their copy and content. Number one, they just aren't, because that human element still needs to be there of requesting something. And guess what? Business owners don't even know what they want. So that's always going to remain. And I don't think I hear anyone talk about that either.
That's a good point.
And number two being that I think Sean's going to cover this quite well, but it's not very capable of taking current context and lateral thinking and human brain ideas that don't come from things that have already been out there and merging them all together. So for kind of that slightly higher level of copywriting, which is where you should be, it shouldn't, not necessarily should be aiming, but that, most people who want to earn money certainly aim for, AI at any stage just can't do that because of the way that AI works. Doesn't matter if it has 50 trillion sources, it just doesn't work like that. So yeah, that's my opinion on it.
May I do my part, Rod? Or do you want to go?
No, you got it.
So, oh God. So is ChatGPT, are AIs good? Can they write? I think it really just depends how, at least in your own subjective opinion, you view good writing, like what makes good writing to you. So I can only give a very personal opinion about whether or not I like the content or the writing that ChatGPT makes, right? So if I define good writing, I would say that's, it contains good ideas, it's engaging, it stirs emotions, it's informative. And when I compare these criteria, good ideas require good thinking, to be entertaining requires, to have humor, and all these other things, if you cross compare these factors with what I see a ChatGPT create, I don't think it actually passes any of those criteria points. I read content made by ChatGPT. It's not funny to me. It's not new to me. It's not engaging. It doesn't persuade me. So why would I care about it? Like, why would I use it? Why would I replace myself, for example, when I know that I can do that job a lot better than the AI can? So I guess that's what I have to say about AI. I don't know or think if it's going to be able to replace, copywriters or replace those things that I define as good writing. But I think it's going to be very, very difficult for an AI to match the level of a good copywriter.
Yeah, I largely agree with everybody, unsurprisingly. ChatGPT can definitely write, but I would argue that being a copywriter is mostly not about writing. It's about coming up with good ideas. And AI can come up with ideas, but it cannot really tell you whether or not it's a good idea. And so, if you just throw a prompt in, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking that output and just giving it to a client, because there's no, it does no vetting of the market. It does no additional research. Its ability to, read sentiments and stuff like that right now, at least, is not super great. And so all of those sort of intangibles that play into how we go about writing something in the first place are things that you're still going to rely on a human to do. And so if that's a tool that people start using to, quickly write things like, I don't know, like editorial or whatever, yeah, sure, I could see some usage for that. But on the things that really matter when it comes to campaign strategy, when it comes to, offer strategy, I think that it's going to be a long time before that's something that we really have to think about.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I have opinions about AI. Here are my credentials. When I was getting my first master's degree, I was also getting a bachelor's degree in linguistics, and that was the first time that I ever used machine learning tools. Then, hey presto, flash forward 10 years, and I was working on a product for a financial publication wherein it used code to pick trades based on certain criteria. It was an algorithmic trading service. And I had to learn how to code Python and work with that. And one of the things that I did was I actually created my own genetic algorithm and trained this thing. And basically, and I used that for proof in the promo. And then after that, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if, and bear with me now, I got the API connection to GPT-3, and then I just trained it on a bunch of sales letters. And I still have all the Python shells and all the code that I wrote for this, and I have the trained algorithm and stuff like that. I asked it to spit out promotional copy. And it was the most sexist, racist, awful stuff, completely incoherent. It was word salad. Now, here's the thing. Was my code bad? No, because you have to understand, once you understand how AI works, you will never be afraid of it taking your job again. And so here's the thing, and I've explained this before, here's how AI works. It looks at words, and it says, okay, 33% of the time, the is followed by soliloquy in this particular context. So when I see this context again, I will set a parameter that says 33% of the time, I'm going to follow the word the with soliloquy. There you go. That is literally the only thing that is going on under the hood of any piece of AI writing. Now, that is good for some things. Hold on. Like, for example, if you want information that you can readily find on a Wikipedia page, AI is great for that. If you want to write a bunch of PPC ads that are compliant based on other ads that have worked before, oh man, AI beats humans hands down every single time, because a human can't write 10,000 PPC ads in 10 minutes based on reconfiguring words in some sort of statistically programmatic manner. Humans can't do that. AI can do that better than a human. SEO. Oh, you guys know how I feel about SEO. Those of you who are new, I don't like SEO at all. Like, I think it's the stupidest thing. I'm really good at it, but also I'm good enough to know why it's stupid and actually a bad marketing strategy for most businesses. Now, that said, if you actually like want to make money, SEO is a good place to start. But here's the thing with most SEO articles that exist out there in the world, they are a like accumulation of existing knowledge based on like the most popular thing, the thing that rises to the top, like the cream of the crop, or better yet, a Terminator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got to think about these things. I haven't. And so with SEO, all AI is doing is what AI does best, looking at existing knowledge, pulling from that existing knowledge that statistically follows in some sort of order, using what is called a Markov chain and backpropagation. And then it spits out the most common stuff. And even when you ask it to spit out the least common stuff, it can still only spit out what has come before in some sort of like statistical way. So a lot of people say, oh, but surely ChatGPT and AI is going to get smart. No, I'm going to quote the CEO of OpenAI right now. All the hype surrounding ChatGPT getting magically better and more intelligent are completely out of their freaking minds. The CEO of the person in charge of ChatGPT said that the hype surrounding it is utterly stupid. And so there's that, for one. But two, you have to understand that once you know how current AI algorithms work, well, then you know that just simply increasing the number of parameters, improving the little tweaks and statistical doodads along the way, that's not going to make ChatGPT all of a sudden capable of thought. And that is where you, as a copywriter and marketer, get to stand out. Because here, I'm going to read you an example. This is a bullet, a teaser, a fascination, how should I say, something that ChatGPT just spat out on my screen. The prompt was, pretend you're a famous copywriter. Give me 5 intriguing and fascinating bullets that tease a product that can cure back pain. Here's what ChatGPT wrote. Say goodbye to the days of lying in bed, missing work and important events due to back pain. Our cure will have you back on your feet in no time. Now, if a junior or a newbie handed me that bullet, I would say, it's fine. It's fine. Like, it's not novel. It's not unique. It's not interesting. It doesn't, grab me by the short and curlies and go, you need to find out what this is. However, what is the best bullet of all time ever written that is about this very same prompt? How a pickpocket can cure your back pain. Turn to page 58. And then you go, wait, what? Huh? Because that's what good copy can do. Good copy fascinates. Good copy makes you sit on the edge of your seat. Good copy emotionally engages you. Like, whenever I read something produced by ChatGPT, it doesn't have any capacity to produce things in that way. And you also have to go like, how would I even begin to prompt ChatGPT to produce a bullet like how a pickpocket can cure your back pain? The reason why a pickpocket can cure your back pain, by the way, is because most people carry their wallets in their back pocket. So when they sit, their hips are at an angle which compresses the nerves on one side of the back. That causes a lot of people's back pain. Now, here's the thing. That some copywriter, I actually know him, David Deutsch, he was one of my mentors, went out and researched the causes of back pain and some of the common things that cause it. And so he had to think, he had to put together the fact, the anatomy, the like what could happen to remove the thing that's causing a disruption to your anatomy. That is all an example of what is called lateral or divergent thinking. ChatGPT and any AI writer is utterly miserable, terrible, atrocious at the very thing that good copywriters are the best at, which is lateral divergent thinking. And so Yeah, if you're just selling like really lame-o copy and you're getting paid $10 to produce copy for somebody, yeah, use GPT, whatever. And I also see a lot of people saying it's a tool. Oh, it helps me like get over writer's block, or oh, like it's a tool for helping me generate stuff in a large fashion. That's silly, and here's the reason why. It's a tool in the way that a hammer is a tool. And the problem with only having a hammer is that when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So you tend to approach every single problem with the same way. I'm going to turn to ChatGPT and see what it says. But we just established that ChatGPT is always, always, always going to fail to deliver you something that is actually going to be good, unique, different, lateral. It can't. Like the actual construction of the algorithm prevents it from doing so. And no amount of additional parameters or extra intelligence is going to help it overcome that one fundamental problem. So is ChatGPT a useful tool to have in the toolbox? Yeah, sure. I mean, I use it. I use it whenever I want to do something that I don't want to think about. The kinds of stuff that I wouldn't want to pay much for. And so that's the kind of thing that you need to keep in mind. That if you want to get hired as a copywriter, if you want to make money as a copywriter, the kinds of things that ChatGPT can do really well, you don't want to be doing them. Or conversely, you want to be like doing them at such a volume that it sort of compensates for it. Because the real money in copywriting and marketing is not available to you in any AI tool. Period. So there's a good question here. What about using it for pain points? Here's how I use ChatGPT for pain points. I ask it for 12 pain points or 12 benefits or 12 things. And then I try to think of what's not on that list. That's a good use of ChatGPT. What is the thing that the algorithms aren't thinking about? That will set you apart. That will make you money. Anyway, that was the AI spiel. That was my full AI spiel.
What'd you say?
I don't even remember.
Yeah, I don't think I certainly don't need to add anything else. Luke, Rod, Lindsey, anything to add?
Sean did an alright job.
He's all right. He's okay.
6 out of 10 is good enough for a live stream.
Okay, there you go, guys in the chat. I think, has anyone seen any questions come up that we absolutely need to answer?
No, I think this is a good point. Cabo was saying I use ChatGPT to write a lead gen report. So I think this is great. If you are somebody who's testing out a bunch of different angles on something, and you need reports, and you need to fulfill some sort of minimally viable product to people, ChatGPT is a great tool to generate those lead gen reports fast, and saves you. Yeah, he says saves them about 3 hours, which is awesome. So I think that's a great use of it. Yeah. Having to generate lead gen reports, things like that.
Yeah, something I learned the other day when I was talking to my brother, who is younger than me, and I didn't think of this because I haven't thought about homework in years. But kids use it for homework. Like, I didn't even think of that. That's smart.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're a piece of homework, you might lose your job. I don't know what I was going there for. That's the only thing.
Well,
did you guys see that post on?
Oh my God, Luke.
Whoa. Yeah, I can also hear myself in your mic through your headphones, which are on your head, which is crazy.
What is going on?
Yeah, the voice of God, man. You were just like coming down from on high.
Well, I want you guys to know my presence. But did you guys see that post on Reddit where someone was like, I use ChatGPT for my homework and now the school is like kicking me out? Like, come on, just learn how to write. It will benefit you. That's all
I'm sorry. Say. Just for context, it wasn't, I don't think it was his homework. It was for like a master's paper.
Yeah.
It was like master's program. It was like a 12-page, it was like an 8 or 12-page paper, which I was like, at that point, you should be able to just write that at that level. But also, like, really?
Yeah. Listen, I did my spiel. I talked about ChatGPT and AI writing. Listen, I put out a poll that said, what trends in marketing and copywriting should we talk about? And everybody is worrying about one of two things: AI writing or saturation of the market. And the answer is pretty simple. AI writing is not a threat if you're good, and it's not saturated if you're good. So the way to overcome both of those issues is to get more good. That's it. And the way you get good is by, rewinding the stream and looking at the first segment of this particular live stream where we talked about how to get better and how to improve your career and how to learn more and how to practice, how to do stuff. That's what we're trying to do here, to help you get more gooder at the writing thing. I'm sure there's 10 people that were just like, more gooder, that's not grammatically correct. And I don't care about you people. I don't care. It was a joke. And so one thing that I do want to say about ChatGPT, I keep seeing news articles come out that are like, how should I say, ChatGPT just passed the LSAT, just passed the bar, just passed some notoriously hard exam, just became a Series 65 financial professional capable of giving financial advice, etc. Now, everybody's talking about wow, that's a good example of how this thing is so sophisticated. But they don't see it the way I see it, which is, wow, these tests are fucking bullshit and nobody should be doing them. Why are we still teaching people this way? Why are we still assessing knowledge in this manner? Same thing goes for homework. Honest to God, if you give an assignment that can be easily written by ChatGPT, you're a bad teacher. And possibly a bad person, but I'm just going to lean on and say just a bad teacher. Because part of what a good assignment is creating something, crafting something that requires somebody to actually engage in some form of problem solving that isn't available online. And so that is my opinion about pedagogy and the impact that ChatGPT will have on it.
Just watching Luke in the corner trying to fix his mic.
Yeah, I'm trying to not make myself a god.
That sounds good.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds great.
That's so good. You sound amazing.
So you guys are gonna laugh, but I actually had, I don't know that this particular knob was the gain button, but I had it all the way up to the max. So figures.
There we go.
It was turned up to 11, basically. That would
I needed ChatGPT for this, guys. If only the AIs could tell me that. Luke, touch this one, not the volume or whatever.
If AI was telling me what to touch, I'd be a little bit worried. Then I would be worried about ChatGPT.
All right, so I just saw a question. Some folks have joined since we've started this. So circling back, we are talking, this is the first episode of season 3 of Copy That, and we are talking about how to succeed as a copywriter in 2023. And we just got off the topic of whether or not AI is going to come and steal your job. The answer is no. There's going to be plenty of jobs, plenty of money for everybody writing copy this year. Make sure you guys tune in when we repost this and catch the first part, because we went over a lot of really good tips, our best advice for how to get started in 2023 as a copywriter. And then from there, I guess we're moving on to the next point.
That sounds good. Actually, it's at this point in the stream where I have number 4. And one of us has something that they wanted to announce and possibly share with everybody right now. Possibly talk about. And I wanted to just give the floor to whomever on the stream that might be.
Now, Sean, you told me you were going to give me a cue, and I don't know if that's my cue, but I'm going to assume it's my cue. Yeah, hey guys. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I will start by saying after this, we're going to talk about how to get clients, and that's going to be really important that you stick around for that, especially after what I say now, which is that you know, when I made the 5-hour video that a lot of you guys have seen, the context of that, and I can't even remember if I talk about this in the video. The context of that video was I was paid by a business to do a presentation for their marketing team. It was a business I had been freelancing with, and they said, "Hey, like, would you mind teaching our team of I think like 7 or 8 people your method of copywriting and how you do research and how you put funnels together and stuff like that?" I was like, "Sure." So I made that. That was fun. I got paid for it, and then I have I own a Discord server called the Copywriting Collective, of which we are all members. I'm sure some people watching here are members of. And I kind of just decided that, all right, that thing I did, I'll just record it and I'll release it as a gift for that. That went well. It was received quite well. A lot of people liked it. Then we decided, well, why are we keeping this private? Like, why, you know, why, how is it fair to keep something locked away when people over the internet might want to see it? So we then published it to YouTube in, I want to say June. And it kind of blew up. I think it's had like 400,000 plus views. It's crazy. People have told me, sent me screenshots saying when they type in copyright on YouTube, it's one of the first ones that comes up. Really weird. That was never intended to be seen by like anyone other than the 7 people in the marketing team of this business. So the fact it's had such an impact is, one, heartwarming, and I really love it. But the reason I wanted to release it for free and to the world was because when I got started with copywriting, I was absolutely sick to death of people trying to sell me courses that I didn't need for like $400. At the time, I didn't know I didn't need them, but people kept telling me that I needed them. So I kept like going like, oh, maybe do I need this? Do I need this? And I saw people around me buying these courses and then getting them, and it was just like, you know, an hour and a half of like someone just kind of recording their screen and giving a really, really surface level view of like what copywriting is, which is, you know, it really, really annoyed me. Fast forward a little bit, which is when we got to Copy That, and I was invited to join the show. And Copy That is a business that sells copywriting products and sells things like courses to people. But the reason that I joined Copy That was because, and kudos to, you know, the 4 original members, Lindsey, Sean, Rod, and Luke, like, it's always been, don't only buy stuff if you can afford stuff, right? And we don't pretend to know that this is absolutely 100% going to get you more clients, you know, X, Y, Z, whatever. So that's why I like Copy That. That's why I subscribe to Copy That, and that's why I end up joining Copy That. And a big kind of a big goal of mine since I started was to bring something to everyone that, yes, took a lot of time to make, but something that is actually extremely affordable and cheap and pulls on everyone here's knowledge to offer basically a starter kit for getting into copywriting, but most importantly, answering those questions that came from the 5-hour video. Because when I released the 5-hour video and it went to YouTube, I got tons and tons and tons of questions that we have tried our best to answer in free videos and in different content. And I think we've hit on a lot of them. But we sat down, we said, okay, well, if we want to go through this, we're going to need to we're going to have to go through our best content and actually pick them all out. Now, Cabo Malofia says the video is the only reason I have a copywriting career. That means a lot. Thank you so much for supporting it. You're doing amazingly. But I will say you're the only reason you have a copywriting career. All right. It's not the video. There are plenty of people watch that video and don't have copywriting careers. So what am I trying to say? What is the spiel? Well, it's a little bit emotional for me, but the thing I want to announce is we have grasped together all of our basically best content that we have produced for our Patreon, which till now has been behind a paywall, and a bunch of new stuff as well that has never been seen before. And there was stuff that I wrote for myself when I was learning copywriting that have been in the files of my PC for years that I have revamped and gone through. We've spent the last few months going through all that content and planning things to make to put together what is effectively a course for people who now know, right, I want to get into copywriting. This is not for people who are absolute complete newbies who like have just heard about copywriting and going like, oh, I'm going to buy a course. You don't need to buy a course. You don't need to. Go and watch the 5-hour video. Go and watch our free content. Then you can see if you need to buy a course. Because if you stick with it beyond that, fine. What we're releasing today is a chance for you to accelerate your career if you've already decided, yes, I'm definitely getting into copywriting. Yes, this is what I want, and I have the money to invest in stuff. And this isn't something that people have often said the 5-hour video and all the stuff we brought out can be sold for like $2,000, $500, like, you know, $499, whatever, all this stuff. Maybe one day, if we put a behemoth titanic amount of work into something, we will charge that amount, because we are a business at the end of the day, and we do have to justify doing this because, you know, this is all time we're spending right now not working on businesses and, you know, for money. So we have to charge things for that. But for this thing that we've put together, which is over 20 hours of new content, which revolves around how to get clients, revolves around how to do research, in which you can actually see me do research, all of it for a business I was working on, and just show you exactly how I do copywriting research. And it also goes into, you get the original script of the 5-hour video. You get a ton of stuff. Importantly, there's a page linking to it underneath this video, so I don't have to recite it all right now. But the reason we've released this is because if you want to accelerate your career, then this is the thing that we think is going to be best for you, because it's not trying to subscribe you to this is the one way to do this thing. It gives you the very best of our knowledge and guides to get there. And we're not charging $499 for it. We're not charging $299 for it at over $100 or anything like that. Right now, we're only charging $49 for this, which I know when you see the content and you even just look at the page and how much there is, you're going to be like, every other guru I've seen, this stuff is like $400, $500. We're not inflating the price because we just want to give you stuff that is good. Yeah, we can pay the bills and be a little profitable, but we just want to give you something that is genuinely useful for a fair price. We can't keep it at that price forever, because that is, we will probably lose money on that if we keep it that low, because we also have to, after this, we have to push people to the page with ads, which costs us money. So it's going to be going up to at least $79 pretty soon. I'm not sure exactly when.
The deadline is set for the end of February. So February 28th at midnight, it goes from $49 to $79.
That's the one. So it's going from $49 to $79. So it's going to go up by $30 just so then we can justify sending people to it through ads. But for you guys now who have come here organically, it's going to be $49, and it's going to be like that for the rest of the month. And there's also some free bonuses and an exclusive bonus if you buy right now, because we're marketers and we know stuff. But yeah, I didn't want to come in really hard and do a big pitch. And I know we're going to talk about this, and I'm going to be like, oh, I could have pitched this, you know, better. I could have been like really hypey and opening loops and stuff. The reason I don't want to do that for this course, you know, this, I'm not even going to call it a course, this collection of resources, is because I want this to be very real. And I want this to be something that's actually affordable for people who can invest, who can afford to invest in it, and that's cheap. So it's not crazy money. You know, it's under $50 for stuff that, you know, I think we totaled it all up and it was, you know, hundreds or thousands of dollars when you put it all together from the different places. So I'm going to let the page do the talking, because I've written all our thoughts down there and what we want. But yeah, $49 forever, not monthly. Yeah, $49 one-time payment, and then you get everything in that course. Not a monthly subscription. We obviously have the Patreon as well, which is kind of like a behind the scenes of everything we do, which is kind of for people who support us and just generally want to see more of do these videos so we can keep justifying things. This is one-time payment, and then you just have it forever. So yeah, click the link on the video there, which is copy that. Well, I'm not going to say all that, but just click that link. But
there is a link in the doobly-doo.
A link in the description of the YouTube. The Career Accelerator. So just to, and when you read the page, guys, you'll see why I'm stressing this so much. If you can afford it and you're serious about copywriting, buy it. If you're a newbie and you're starting out, like right now, then go through the free stuff. Will you please get a hint of what's in there? Oh man, okay. I mean, Sean, like, do you guys want to pitch him anything here? Because I know I'm dragging out a little bit.
Here is what you will get if you buy this. You will get over 10 hours of over-the-shoulder videos where you get to watch somebody do active research in this business. You will get notes on famous books so that you don't have to read them. You will get a masterclass that we're filming this month. Topic TBD, but I'm sure it will be great because they all are. In the 5-hour video that you can watch on our youtube.com/copythat, and also on the copythatshow.com, the how to get started copywriting guide. All those links, by the way, are in the description. It's also in our new free 21-day course that Luke put together amazingly. Yeah, that 5-hour video mentions a few tools and templates. Well, this product, this assembly, has those templates for you. It also has the slideshow for you. It also has cripes. God, I've been looking at this.
I'm just going back over and I'm like, there is actually quite a lot in there. Because I'm like, we haven't actually mentioned like 2 or 3 things yet. The ones I'm most excited for and the things that are definitely most actionable are, and this is a thing that I didn't do in the 5-hour video, and this is a question I got again and again and again and again. By the way, Rod or someone, would you mind just like putting the link in the comment section just so to make it easy for everyone to click it? Yeah. Because a few people are asking. But yeah, there's something I didn't include in the 5-hour video because the 5-hour video is purely theory. People kept asking, how do I get clients? Like, how do I get clients? You know, like I've just started, what do I do? Or like, you know, I have the money to invest and I want to know. We've had so many people come to us and say, hey, will you mentor us? We've said no, and we go into that in another video why we stopped doing mentoring. But I wanted to give my 3 masterclasses for how you pitch and how you get clients, the things that I did to get clients and actually get to this point. Like everything is in there. There's one on just my pitching method that landed me, that got me my start and just kept landing me great jobs. There's one on networking, which is the most important thing for me getting to this point without a shadow of a doubt. And then there's ones on how to craft pitches and CVs and resumes and the things that's actually going to set you apart. And it's focused around like, you know, a resume. But I go into in the video how you apply this to, you know, Upwork pitches and any kind of job you're going for and cover letters. Like it's completely, it's just my method for how I got clients basically. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. That's on me. Is this like a package of the older videos bundled in one, or is this all new info and videos? So it's a mix. And the reason being is that a couple of the older videos are one, aren't available anymore. And 2 are like behind a $20 paywall anyway. So this is basically the best of what you need to accelerate a career. And then there's also a few never before seen things. So the whole original script for the 5-hour video is on there, which means like if you've ever messaged me, which I know at least 10% of this chat has, saying, hey, have you got notes on the 5-hour video? And I'm like, not really. I actually went into my old computer and dug out the whole script for the 5-hour video. So it's basically word for word what I say, plus a bunch of stuff that I didn't say because I forgot as I was recording it. So that is everything. So you can control F the hell out of that. So that's really cool. My notes on the 5 best copywriting books of all time, or certainly which I think are 5 of the best, I took those as I was learning and I revamped them as well recently to go back and kind of give you the best. So that's dozens of pages worth of shortcut. What else has never been released before? The 5 cheat sheets for beginners as well are on there, which again, the 5 most important lessons that I feel like you need to take with you in your career. All the private Q&A streams as well that were previously available live are on there too.
Yeah, I saw there was a Perry Marshall offer, I think, relatively recently, where he was selling like 5 worksheets or templates or tools or something like that for like $49. And all you got was the worksheets, these 5 pieces of paper you could print that had the images on them. Well, with Alex's like offer that he has been assembling for over like what, 2 months now? It's like 2 months. Like,
yeah.
All he did was just sat down and went like, okay, what is the most, I wish I could show you guys the chat, because I literally at one point talked to Alex and I said, there's too much shit in this offer.
Yeah.
You put too much in here. You need to walk it back a little bit because people are going to get what is called offer fatigue. And this is a lesson for you, future copywriters and marketers, which is at a certain point, you can put so much in an offer that it stops feeling valuable. It just starts feeling like work. And I had to have that sort of like heart to heart with Alex, because I was just like, just keep it focused on the most beneficial, easy to use stuff to go into this offer. Like, that was a conversation that we legitimately had.
Yeah. So. And I think, and this is me being very candid. As you can tell, like, what I've just said now has not been scripted. This has been me just actually pouring my heart out into this, because this is actually very important to me. This isn't one that I wanted to like structure really, really rigidly and be like, oh, it has to be this and it has to deliver on like this, this, and this, and we're going to pitch it like this. This is something like I genuinely just went back and nerded out on all the stuff that I have ever learned and been like, okay, what did I need when I was starting my career and I needed to get ahead? That's what I've included, and I've included it for far less than what most people should say it should be worth, and certainly far less than any other copywriting course or guru, because I actually just kind of want to get this out there, because there are so many questions from that 5-hour video that I felt like needed answering. But again, I can't justify spending 2 months of time going back through everything and recording it all and not charging for it, because we are still a business and I still need to justify spending time on this. I wish I could do this for free with you guys, because I love it as much as I love you guys, but I need money. So yeah, but yeah, like, so I think just said, like, I'm 16 and I'm looking to be a freelancer. If you're 16, you're looking to be a freelancer, don't buy this. Don't buy it.
Yeah, agreed.
It's like simple. If you're young and have no money, this is not going to make you a copywriter. Okay. Only you can make you a copywriter, right? And we have given so much free information out there. We have a whole 101 series, which is also a bonus in this, like the full unedited stream. We have a whole 101 series about how to start. Like, go through that first. If you go through all of that and you go through the 5-hour course and you're like, I'm doing this, and then you're trying and you have the money, yeah, consider it. But this is not one of those like, oh, guys, this is going to be the absolute key to you being a copywriter. Not that. That's what this stream is for. That's what these questions are for. This is to help you and accelerate your career if you can afford it.
So let's talk really quickly, some quick logistics about this offer. We've been setting it up. Alex and I have been just like drinking caffeine and stressfully trying to balance like work and life with like setting up Kajabi and ClickFunnels and a bunch of other integrations, none of which worked, by the way. I know more about webhooks now than I ever wanted to learn. And so one of the things that's going to happen is that anybody who buys probably in the next few hours, we're going to basically manually, literally copy paste your information into where this is being fulfilled in Kajabi or Squarespace, and you will get access to it at that time. Everybody who's listening to this, probably a recording in the future, when robots rule the earth. I don't know why I said it like that. No, not robots. They will not be ruling the earth, but robots. They are going to be ruling the earth, and they will be providing this for you automatically. But for the next few hours, it's going to be manual. So I apologize for that inconvenience, but you will I don't want to be like, trust us, believe us, we're not going to scam you. No, we're legitimately going to make an effort to make sure that you get what we have put together and what we have made. So
yeah, and to throw it out, because I just got a message about this as well. Just as a little sorry for this, and this is, you can tell this hasn't been planned, because otherwise we wouldn't be having these problems, and it would be like a unique domain and things like that. This was very much a passion thing. We were like, right, let's put this out. Let's actually like launch this. But like as a bit of an apology for the fact that like it's not fully set up yet. You buy now, like after the stream, I'm just going to throw in another free bonus, which is I'm sorry, Sean. I know you're going to get annoyed at me. But I feel bad. I'm just going to give the original slides as well for the 5-hour video, because I've literally got a message, someone asking, are they included? So if you've ever just wanted the actual slide deck, I don't mean photos of it. I don't mean like in PDF. I mean like the actual slide deck. So on Google Slides, I think it was on. I'm just going to throw that in the email fulfillment when we get around to doing that as well. So in the next 24 hours. Tobes asks, is there any information about improving as a copywriter for all niches? I think we both, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Like the most, in my opinion, the most valuable thing in there is the research video like series. Now that focuses on one niche in particular. The way I approach the research for that niche, like, and I talk about this constantly during the, it's basically just you and me watching a screen, and you'll just watch me do research and talk about copy and look at e-commerce stuff. The way I talk about that and the way I am showing you how to develop it, you can apply to anything, like any niche. It is my go-to research method. But please do not go into this thinking like, oh, I'm going to talk about every niche individually and that there's going to be a linear path to exactly how I succeed in every niche, because that's a stupid thing for anyone to promise.
What? You don't go over selling oscilloscopes B2B? I'm out. I don't want to buy this anymore.
I'm sorry, Sean. I told you it wasn't a market. When the business flopped, I told you there wasn't a market. You keep talking to me about oscilloscopes.
The people want oscilloscopes, Alex. This is going to be huge. It's going to be $1 billion business.
Umbrellas, though. One day, Sean. Umbrellas.
Oh, yeah, I actually do legitimately want to sell novelty umbrellas.
So do I.
Hilariously large umbrellas with like a little porthole. Come on.
Among Us umbrellas.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, so we're gonna wrap this plug up now, and we'll go back to actually how to get clients, and we'll talk about that. But yeah, reason being that, guys, like, so many people have asked questions since the 5-hour video. The page is going to talk about this a lot better than I ever could, because I actually spent time writing the copy for that page, so it's convincing as well. And you can see some copy I wrote by going to that page too. Someone asked me for a swipe file earlier. There you go. There's a piece of copy I wrote. But yeah, I'll just say that please only get this if you can afford it. Yes, it is cheap and very, very low price. And we can't always keep it at $49 because we actually need to run ads to it to make it, worthwhile. But yeah, this is very much like, I just want to give this to you guys for as cheap as we possibly can afford to as a 5-person, 6, 7, 8-person business. For the people who work with us freelancers, I want to give it as cheap as we possibly can as a business, because you guys have been so good to me, and you deserve so much more than just the 5-hour video, and you deserve a lot more than just to get scammed by, I'm not going to say the word, but like, undesirable people online who sell you like one linear path, which is like a 2-hour video, and they charge $499 for it. It's just not fair. So yeah, there we go, guys. I'm going to wrap up this plug now because it's gone on for long enough. But thank you for allowing me to kind of pour my heart out a little bit and to do this product as our first series thing back, because I know it wasn't like it's not the smartest thing we possibly could have done.
Yeah, the key thing to understand about Copy That is that this isn't our main gig. This is not how we make money. But like, we can't keep doing this unless we do make money. If we don't have the money, we can't afford like, neon lights and like, high res video and like decent audio, which I still need to invest in apparently because I sound like a chipmunk half the time. The whole point of this is to keep improving not only the content that we create, but also keep improving and expanding upon the information that we can put out. And so, regardless of whether you are able to purchase this career accelerator or not, using the link in the description below, which is only available for $49 until the end of February, at which point it's going up to $79. There, I'm done plugging too. If you ever have a specific thing that you want us to make, and you see on the Patreon or in the products that we have available that we have not made it, let us know, and we will make an effort to make it. And we'll try to make it as affordable as we humanly can. The hot tub video. We do have a specific monetary goal that once we hit that, we are all going to get into a hot tub and do a stream from the hot tub.
Can't wait.
Only the males of the stream. Lindsey, you can opt out of the hot tub stream if you want.
That's not fair.
Okay.
I just want to draw attention to this one last comment from Megan Brain, and she said, I can't really afford it, but I really want to get it. If you can't afford it, don't get it. Okay? You don't need it, right? Like, you don't need it. You just don't. The 5-hour video and the free series we've done and the free guide on copythatshow.com, more than enough to get you started and to get your first client. After you get your first client, $500, and you've got a spare like $49, $79, whatever it is, sure, feel free to drop it so you can learn the secrets, if you like, that, you know, has helped us succeed so well. But yeah, please do not think that this is going to be like the fountain of youth and it's going to immediately make you the best copywriter and a six-figure copywriter, because it can't do it. Please make sure you can afford this. That goes for everyone before you do it. You know, you have $49, fine.
Can I know I've been trying to avoid becoming tangent Sean over the course of this stream. I did have my long AI spiel, but would you guys mind if I just took the floor to talk, like actually give a little like side lesson about copywriting and marketing?
Please.
I love the tangents. Let's do it.
Okay. So I want you guys to understand something. And this is not me being defensive, because we got a comment relatively recently about how our marketing doesn't reflect the fact that we're good at marketing. I want you to understand something. We are aware of this market, the selling information to newbies market. I'm actually friends with many people that participate in this market. Now, in any market, there are a few different ways to appeal to the masses. One way, very simply, is hyperbole. How many of you have seen that launch your 7-figure copywriting career today? Or the, do you want to make 6 figures as a copywriter? Well, have I got the thing for you? That sort of shit. There are people out there in the market that are going to respond to that, because why do they want to do copywriting? They want the money. Just like everybody wants money. Money makes the world go round. But then there are also going to be people that are naturally like repulsed by that style of offer, by that style of presentation. Also, a quick hint for anybody looking to get into marketing and PPC and media buying, Google and Facebook don't like those kinds of offers either. They are not compliant. Because they make a promise that you can't fulfill. It writes a check that you can't cash. Like, for example, like if you promise everybody that you could make them a 6-figure copywriter in like 30 days, guess what? What if that person like has half a brain, like is missing all of their limbs, like, you know, like, and just generally doesn't like advertisements to begin with? Like, that person probably not going to be a very highly paid copywriter. I'm sorry to say. Maybe that's very ableist. God, Sean is going to get canceled. Anyway, the people that would respond to the get-rich-quick kinds of offers, we don't want to work with those people. We'll take your money for sure, but like, that's not the type of person that we're trying to cater to. We don't make those kinds of promises because we don't want to work with the kind of clientele that would respond to those promises. And that is going to naturally always put a ceiling over the growth of Copy That, which makes me a little sad. Maybe it's the horrible things that I say that's going to put a ceiling on our growth. I should probably work on that. Anyway, the whole point that I'm trying to make is that when you are writing copy or thinking about marketing, you have to think about catering your message to the type of people that you want to speak to. And you can really only do that once you understand the type of people that you're speaking to and your competition, what else is out there in the market. So, anywho, that is the point I'm trying to make. And that's one of the reasons why we don't do like these really big over the top, like, yo, and when you sign up today, you get this thing and this thing, and this is going to make you the money and the stuff. Like, that's just not the kind of marketing that we want to do, because we don't want to attract the kind of people that would respond to that kind of marketing. So.
Awesome. I think it's time that we go back to some value as well. And like, you know, free value, which I think is our favorite kind of value on Copy That. So let's talk about how to get clients, our favorite ways to get clients.
Wait, I have one more thing.
Go, Rod. Go.
Okay.
Yes.
Just as an additional thing, you know, we will talk to you even if you don't pay us money. And the place where we like to talk to people is in our Discord, which I've just posted a link to it in the chat, but also it's in the description of this video and like literally every single video we put out, because we have a completely free, completely thriving, completely wonderful community of people who like talk to each other about copywriting, and we have a free community critique space for you to post your copy to take a look at without having to pay for it. You know, we value people who contribute to our community, because by helping each other do stuff, we can do more. And, you know, it's just like a great resource that I think everyone should take advantage of. So please check that out.
I agree. I agree. Fantastic. Anyone else want to say anything before we well and truly move on to getting clients? No? All right. Okay, cool. I just spoke for a long time. I have a lot to say about getting clients, of course, which is what the the Copy Accelerator goes into, my 3 masterclasses. But I also have some quick fire tips for getting clients, the best ways to do that. But does anyone want to go before me? Because I've just spoken for a long time.
Luke.
Yeah, so I saw, Lindsey, that you have a hard stop soon. I have the same thing, so I thought maybe you and I can sort of share our insights first, and then the rest can take the floor. What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, okay, so getting clients. One thing that I kind of like advise most people who want to get clients is to get into the habit of prospecting. Even when you got work, just keep prospecting, keep sending out proposals on Upwork, keep doing outreach, keep building relationships, like expand your social network, connect with people on LinkedIn, and find ways, and like make genuine connections with people. And then, as you get in conversation with these people, they might be like, all right, well, so what do you do? Like if you show interested in someone, they're likely going to ask also, what do you do? And that's when you can sort of say, well, I'm a copywriter. And, if they're in need of a copywriter, the conversation can quite naturally go towards a sale or getting a gig. So that's one way. But keep prospecting. That's very, very important. If you're not continuously prospecting, at some point your pipeline is just going to get all dry, and then you won't get any clients anymore because there's just nothing to go around. Another thing is, if you want to outreach to people, is lead with value. Bring them something before you ask for something, whether that's a tip for their company, whether that's some free copy that you're making, whether that's an audit. Bring something valuable when you reach out to a stranger. Show that this is a relationship that could potentially be a relationship of trust, and bring something to the table, because there's no better way to start a conversation with giving that person something nice. So that's my 2-minute how to get clients spiel.
Really quick, I want to say, Luke, one of the things that I've been doing recently in the Discord, the Copy That Discord, speaking of like improving your cold emails and cold email outreach, I have been sharing the actual cold emails that I have been getting and inviting people to talk about what's going wrong with them. Because there are 2 ways that you can learn. You can either like go towards good stuff, or you can learn what not to do. One of the things that I'm good at is teaching people what not to do. I am the stick. Luke is the carrot in this analogy. And so I have been sharing and giving my insights as to why I would not hire the people that have been cold emailing me. Hopefully that has been helpful. We'll eventually assemble that all into a report or something like that, so that you can actually see real world examples of cold emails that suck and why you shouldn't do it that way. But Luke also has a masterclass on how to write good cold emails. So, that's available also somewhere. I don't know.
I know you guys have a whole lot to say about this, so I will be very brief. I wrote a book about what I know about prospecting, and it's called No Man's Niche. It's available on our Patreon, and I use it in the context of I talk about kind of prospecting and pitching businesses cold from a totally new copywriter's perspective, using a model that we've had success with in the past, how to kind of use your copywriting skills to promote local businesses around you. And essentially, one of the biggest questions that I think came from that is a lot of new copywriters find themselves in this position of like, how do I go and pitch a business when I've never done this before? And they're going to want to see experience, right? So there's that like chicken or the egg question of like, what comes first? How do I get experience when nobody will give me experience? And, I started the exact same way. And I think Alex made a really good point very early in the stream, which is that you just have to know more and be better than the person that you're pitching, right? And I think what you will find is so many business owners and people who are running businesses, they don't know what copywriting is. I mean, that's why you see advertisements for people looking for copywriters, and then they start talking to you about content writers. Like they just don't, a lot of people, a lot of businesses aren't really aware of copywriting and how to use it for their businesses. And you don't have to learn a lot to pitch these people, and you don't have to do a lot to pitch them. And I think that's, you know, that's the biggest piece of advice that I would give heading into this discussion, is kind of like, get over yourself a little bit. Like, don't think too hard about it. You can start very easily with some spec pieces, with a sample website or landing page. I tell you how to write that and exactly what to include, with some simple ads. I show you exactly screenshots of our ads that we started with, that I pitched real businesses with. And nobody was ever like, you know, I don't know, you're a newbie. You know, people don't know. As long as you walk in, you approach with confidence, you show some examples, you show what you've done, and you make a good offer, right? Like they're so caught up in your offer and what you're going to do for them. They're not really, you know, thinking about, oh, could this possibly be the first time this person's ever done this, you know? So I think that would be my biggest piece of advice heading into this discussion.
That's good advice.
It's very good advice. Can I just address a question about the bundle, Sean?
Anybody, we're at the point of the stream where people are dropping off, and I'm starting to get a little loopy. So anybody, chaos reigns is what I'm trying to say.
Good. I'll address a question just because it came up to stop the confusion. And again, after this stream, when we send out like, oh, is Lindsey got to go? Bye, Lindsey. Oh no. Oh God, they are dropping. After the stream, like we'll send out like you know, emails to anyone who has bought it to just explain everything. And if you need to send us any messages about it, you can reach through the Discord, 100% fine. Just to address this quick question, please. I'm already signed up to the Masterclasses bundle. Any difference between that one and the Copy Accelerator program? Do I still get that content, or is it exclusive to the program? So I assume by the Masterclass bundle, you mean that you have got like the lifetime bundle and the digital products. So the $400 one, right? Guys, I'm assuming that's it.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So the only things that are the same between that and this are the 3 masterclasses. So those you will already have. Anything else in the Copy Career Accelerator, Sean? Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Oh, your research, the Q&As and the research stuff. That's available in the bundle too.
Right. Okay. So Q&As, research. Right. Okay. Cool. So yeah, that's few. This is certainly, especially if you've already bought like the masterclass bundle, it's likely you're in a position where you can like afford that. So this is more towards like beginners who need to accelerate and get those kind of clients and stuff. But I would say that the notes on the books, the script from the 5-hour video, especially it being at $49, that's all still there and it's still worth it. Yeah, Sean?
What do you say to anybody who's currently a Patreon member or anybody who's like in the masterclass bundle? Why don't we give them like, why don't we just sell this for $29?
Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah. So anyone who is already in the Patreon or has already got a lifetime bundle, we'll send an email out.
We'll send an email with a coupon code or like a Patreon specific landing page so that people can see like what they already have versus what they're getting in this new offer. And then we'll make sure that that's cheaper for the people that already gave us money. Like, I don't want them to spend full price on
that's fair.
Like stuff that they already have. So
yeah, let's do that. So yeah, let's go with that then. So $29, so that's $20 off. And yeah, if you want to spend $29 on the extra bits in there that you can see on the page and the bonuses, then let's go for it. Sound good?
Awesome.
All right.
So terrible capitalists.
We're not very good.
We're supposed to gouge them for every last drop of money.
Yeah, but they've been nice to us, so it's fine. And this is the heartfelt one where we can be wishy-washy. This is the one where we only got it up 10 minutes before this even started.
It's true.
This is the most close cut campaign I've ever been involved.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah. So $29. If you're already a Patreon member, we'll send some emails around. So you actually have a discount on it. So you're saving another $20 there. Again, bear with us. We'll get this all sorted in the next like 24 to 48 hours. So it's all good. Quite Lava says, now we're talking. You guys are the best. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for supporting us. All right, cool.
So before you go into your spiel, you're just going to put a pin on this and then we're going to answer questions. So why don't I, like with the AI thing, you're going to give the best answer. So why don't I give my spiel and then Rob will give his spiel and then we'll end with quality. Then we'll answer a few questions that people have about copywriting and marketing. And then, hey presto, we'll call it a night. What do you say to that?
I say that's good.
So
Good.
My advice for people looking to get clients, listen, I started in-house and my thing now, like I started in-house, I went freelance, and now I've developed a network of people that I've met at conferences, of people that I've met in my career, where if I ever want work, I literally just have to pick up the phone and be like, I'm going to write something for you and you are going to pay me for it. And they'll be like, oh, dope. Like, I have shared the emails that I send to people, either them asking me to work for them or me asking to work for them. And it's very casual, but like that's almost a decade of working with people and showing what I can do. And literally, how should I say, proving myself to be an asset to them rather than a liability. One of the problems that a lot of newbies have and a lot of hiring managers have when it comes to hiring newbies, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people don't want to mentor truly new people, is because it takes time. It takes time to train you. It takes time to work with to read your copy, to think about like how to respond to your copy, to like give you comments for improving, to wait 3 weeks for you to like revise stuff. And then it's still not right. And then they have to revise it. And then they put it up. And it's all like taking way more time and effort and energy and money than if that original person had just done the work in the first place. That is one of the reasons why I say get good enough that you're better than the person that you're trying to work for. Because you want to be the type of person that can just give them work and they're like, oh, awesome, this is exactly what I want. And now I can use this to make money. If you're asking for somebody else to train you, that's a huge expense for them. And so one of the things that I would advise as you grow in your career is to keep practicing, keep getting better. And you practice by like reading a piece of copy per day in your niche or whatever genre you're writing, writing a page of copy per day, and then writing down ideas every single day. Like that's going to help you get better, especially that exposure to more copy. So as you're practicing and getting better, also start working on building out your network. Luke made a really good point earlier about networking, not being a schmuck, reaching out to people that you've worked with in the past. These are all things that are going to be extraordinarily valuable to you and are going to make you so much money over time as you grow and as you progress through your career. Because once you start doing good work for people and proving that you are an asset and that you do save them time, well, they're going to want to keep giving you more and more money. So that is where you want to be. You want to be in the position that I'm currently in, where literally if I want work and if I want money, I just have to hold out my hands and go, and it falls in my lap. You can get there too, but it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. So that's my advice for getting better and getting clients.
I wish I were at the point where I could just be a little baby bird and go, Must feel great.
That was a really good impression of me, dude.
I've been working on it.
I didn't like that very much.
Yeah, I mean, now I just go out, like when I want to practice being Sean, I just go out to my family members and like just touch their hair without saying anything.
Well, that's going to get us canceled.
That's going to get us canceled, man. We can't do that.
Let me
what's your advice
for a moment. Right, advice. Yeah, so definitely echoing a lot of the stuff that Sean says, even from like a beginner standpoint, I think the best thing you can do is be like a genuinely decent person when you're interacting with people. I know that it's very easy to get frustrated with bad clients, people who don't give you enough details, and then get frustrated because you didn't produce the exact thing that they wanted. I get it, but at the end of the day, we're kind of sort of in like a customer service position where the person you ultimately have to make happy is your client, whether that be through the results you provide them or just the sort of their experience with you. And so always keeping that part top of mind when you're interacting with people. So being on time to meetings, being somewhat prompt and responding to their communications, always kind of keeping their experience in mind when you're interacting with them goes a long way towards not just landing clients, but also retaining them, becoming the kind of person who they refer to their friends or people in their networks. Starting out, though, I think the best thing to do is leverage the connections you already have. If so, also definitely be doing cold outreach in places like Upwork, wherever. But if you work in a field that uses advertising, definitely reach out to people who might need help with their advertising. If you are currently working as a construction worker and you've seen your company's website and know that it sucks, consider writing an email to the person in charge and be like, hey, do you mind if I set up like a lead funnel for you? And then, negotiate from there, because that's the kind of person who will not be thinking a ton about marketing. But when you say that, will be like, oh yeah, that would be kind of nice to have. And because you're someone they're familiar with, they'll be much more likely to entrust that to you than to random person who cold emails them. So, keep that in mind. That's probably good for now.
Yeah. Before you do that, I'm just going to scroll back up to a question. I will answer that one momentarily. I will hide it for the moment, but I'll come back to it, Claudia. All right, we've got to stop double clicking. just for context, we all have access to the software we're using right now. So if one person does something, another person does something, it just cancels out. So it's like a war. Just a question from El Sentido Común, which is a cool name. What if I'm a Patreon member but already bought? Sean, are you going to say something?
No, this is all you.
All right, cool. What if I'm a Patreon member but already bought, referring to the Copy Query Accelerator? We'll just refund you 1 month of the Patreon. So it's the same because you'll be saving $20. So that counts as the discount, if you see what I mean. Apologies, 100% my fault. Should have kind of thought about all of that first. But again, we're a little rushed. So yeah, if you're still watching, hopefully that answers that question for you.
Can you just send us an email or something though, so we can know who you are?
Please do. Either contact through Discord and prove that it was you. I know you sneaky people out there will be like, right, we're going to cash in on this. But yeah, and we'll get that sorted for you. So I don't know which one of you just highlight this. But is it normal? So Sean, okay. So is it normal to take over a year to get the first client? I'm busting my butt with applying and writing, creating samples, but I can't get anywhere. I know I must be doing something wrong. Is it normal? Honestly, I can't say if it's normal. I can say that I was the same. I don't know if that gives you any kind of help or hope. I wouldn't necessarily have described myself as busting my butt, but I was trying to learn too much theory, and I was kind of going a bit too hard until I got my first kind of proper copywriting client. It took me about a year to do that, and it was and it's only because I went through that then I understood what I was doing wrong, and a big part of me was just not taking action. And it may be that you're taking the wrong action, Claudia. And I think I saw a question from you further up which said would we sell an hour of our time to critique your thing? I'd say the closest that we have to that is if you join the Patreon, I'm not going to say weekly, but once every couple of weeks, usually at least, or at the moment it's been kind of once a week. But on Thursdays, we do a live critique stream where we critique our patrons' copy. So when we tag you and say, hey guys, send us your copy, if you send us your pitches and context about your pitches, I'd be more than happy to critique that 100%. Like, still copy at the end of the day. So in terms of paying for our time, I know that Sean, I think you charge like $300 an hour. I charge, I guess, $200 an hour. Rod, I know you're $100 to $200 an hour as well. We're not going to charge someone who's just getting into copywriting that kind of money. So the closest thing we can offer is, no, don't worry, Claudia. We're not saying, hey, like, charge that. I'm saying if you're in the Patreon and you submit a critique, like a thing for your critique, we will get around to it. We will do our best to get around to it if you are one of the first people who submit it. All right, cool. So getting clients. I agree with what everyone has said. Tricks getting clients. When I was starting out, I was told two things. I was told you have to niche down, and I was told you should only sell to people who already know about good copy because they'll value you. In both those cases, I have found the opposite to be true. Now, there is no one right way to do this, as we've discussed many times. Like, there's no one single way. There will be people who followed those pieces of advice and, like, did loads and became successful. There are other people like me who didn't go down either of those routes and also became successful. So I'm going to give you my experience, because I think what I just said there, the niche down and go to people who already understand good copy, those are the most common piece of advice that you will hear. So I don't need to regurgitate that here. I'm going to tell you what's worked for me. And it's very similar to what Rob was saying. I've mentioned this before, and we talk about it in the Copywriting 101 series, and I go into it in the Copy Accelerator program as well. I pitched to local businesses. That's how I got my big break in copywriting. I went to businesses that I knew around my town. I would call them, I would email them, I would go in and talk to them and be like, hey, and I wasn't even saying like copywriting. I was saying like, hey, can I try and help you get like more business? That's kind of what I would say. And someone would be like, no. So we're fine. And someone would be like, oh yeah, okay, well, what were you thinking? You know, we want more installations, we want more whatever. And I would often help with things like getting more people to attend events that they were running, or getting their very, very basic list of phone numbers and emails and addresses, like information, and sending leaflets. I would do leafleting to random houses around the town and things like that. Now, I'm not saying that you should do that. But what I am saying is that my break came from, and continued to come from, when I started moving up the ladder and then started working with 6-figure businesses, 7-figure businesses, 8-figure businesses. In 80% of those circumstances, it always came from people who didn't know anything about copywriting and who didn't really value good marketing. You know, they knew marketing was important. I don't think there's any business owner who would say marketing isn't important, but they didn't know the fundamentals like we do about direct response copywriting and the importance of action and focus and the one idea and stuff like this. You know, they'd never even like heard a whiff of the stages of awareness or anything like that. I've always found those people are the best to like actually seek. And I'll tell you why. If you can, the chances are, if they think like that and they don't value good copywriting, they don't know about good marketing, they're probably leaving a lot of money on the table, because they either don't have a marketer they use, or the marketing they use is really, really basic, or the person is just like some random content writer who writes blogs for them. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. If you can get money doing that, get money doing that. I did that for a long time as well. But that's generally what most businesses have. If most businesses just have that, but they're also profitable, then I can tell you there is a huge opportunity there for most businesses. And this is the number one reason that I have earned so much money and come so far with copywriting and marketing, is because I basically took that philosophy to heart. I was like, okay, if there are businesses that exist who exist without good marketing, without knowing about good copywriting, without like knowing what a funnel is, then they must be the best ones to target, because they already have a successful business. Imagine accelerating it with good knowledge. So that's who I recommend you focus on, is the people who aren't doing great copywriting and marketing already. You know why? Because their businesses are the easiest ones to improve. because most of the time they have a massive email list. And you can just get on there. And if you know even the smallest thing about email copywriting, chances are they're not even using it. You can just send a few emails out and bring in £20,000 or, like dollars. At the time it was pounds, out of nowhere, that they're like, and they turn around to you and go, how did you do that? And it's like, I just emailed the people you have on your list. Simple. These are the kinds of skills that you need to learn to really, in my opinion at least, or in my experience, to really make money as a copywriter. Because that then becomes like crazy profitable for you, because no one else, I promise you, I don't promise you, I'm never going to promise anything, but like I can almost guarantee you that no other copywriters and no other marketers are going to the businesses that I was going to. No one is going to the pub suppliers, right? In the UK. No one is going to the gluten-free like chains of e-commerce stores and food stores. No one is going to the local vegan restaurant. No one is going to the plumbing installation company. No one is going to a hot tub manufacturer, right? Like these aren't places people go to pitch, because you're so used to seeing good marketing coming from info products and, like course creators and financial copy and stuff. So most copywriters spend their time pitching to these publishers. Sean.
Really quick, I wish Lindsey were still here for what you just described, because that's exactly what we talked about. That's what she and I did in No Man's Niche. Like we were both working in financial, publishing, and we started like trying to reach out, not to niches, financial, prepper, health, what have you. We started looking for niche businesses, like, just the same way that you were looking for like gluten-free snacks and like pub snacks. Like she and I were looking for eyebrow microblading, like exterior house painting, lanai construction, like weird stuff, off the wall stuff. And somebody recently asked me, like, how do I find, like, can you give me a list of all the niches, of all the possible niche businesses out there in the world? Oh, you love niche businesses so much? Name every one, is the comment that I got about this. And Alex, to accomplish what you accomplish, you did what I have advised other people to do, which is to be open-eyed and attentive of the world. A lot of these businesses don't even have a website. Yeah. So if you think that, earlier we got a comment like, what information isn't on the internet? All information is on the internet. No, it ain't. No, it is not. And if you unplug from the screen and actually go look around and like try to think about problems that people have, this very, Peter Lynchian sort of thing of like, this business has a problem. These people have a problem. Like if you look at anything around you, there's a business attached to that. Thousands of them. Like, who is your local glass beveling service? You could probably find out. It's probably not online. And guess what? They need copy too. So that is how you get into copywriting niches where there's no competition. I guarantee you. And guess what? They have money too. So
100%. And there's a few questions that come up that I want to address. The first thing I'm going to say, and this is almost I guess plug again, but like the reason I'm saying it is because Niranjan just said, like, can I try to get you more business? A few emails, network with local business owners. Like 100%. And the reason I'm highlighting that comment, and the reason I've just linked to the Copy Career Accelerator again, is because the masterclasses that I share in that covers the exact philosophy I've just described, but over 6 hours of me saying these are all the things you do, and this is why they're important, and this is how you do it. Whether that be pitching itself, networking, making sure that your material that's going out to businesses, local or big or whatever, it stands out. That's why I go into such detail there. And the reason I'm plugging it again is because I've literally just remembered, and this is why you should never be authentic in marketing, because I forgot about like the actual thing that makes this also good, is that those masterclasses are currently up, I believe, for $20 each on the our regular store, on our Squarespace store, copythatshow.com. They're $20 each there, which is $60 in total. This thing is $49, and that's just one module out of like 6, excluding the bonuses, which is, again, another reason why we wanted to package it like this, because pricing those masterclass at $20 are like, it's still below average for what gurus do, because, you know, we still want to give you good prices. But like, yeah, that's why we price it like this, because those masterclasses go into this exact stuff, but in detail. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to try and like, you know, get through it quick, but there's no substitute for time when I'm explaining this stuff. But let me just go through a few of these questions that have come up. Is there a point in trying to market to big businesses for the health and wellness niche? It's kind of difficult to find small and legit health/wellness businesses. So again, like, I can't say either way whether it's worth it or not. What I will say, and this kind of comes back to a point we were just talking about, which is, I believe someone just said, yeah, how do you handle pricing for these small businesses? I.e., you know, surely they don't have a lot of money. A lot of them do have a lot of money, for one. But even if ones don't have a lot of money, the experience you gain and the clout that you gain, i.e., you know, like the kind of authority you gain for having done it for these smaller businesses, does extend upwards. And you can just show, it doesn't matter how big the business was, it doesn't matter how much you were paid. If you can show, I doubled this business's client base by using my methods, believe me, the way that CEOs think, they don't really see the sizes of businesses. They'll just go like, wow, I remember when my business that size, that's quite impressive. That's how you get into those bigger and bigger businesses. In terms of marketing to big businesses for health and wellness niche, Sean, I don't know if that's something that you have come across, like in the publisher world, or if that's
here. It's a hard thing, because once you get above a certain threshold of the size of a business, like we're talking about Amgen, you know, or like, you know, Biogen or fucking Pfizer or some shit. Like, they don't need to hire a freelancer, and they ain't gonna. They have literally billions of dollars that they can throw at the most prestigious agencies on the planet. So, is there a point in trying to market to big businesses in the health and wellness niche? No, because Amgen ain't gonna take your call.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good point.
But you can get hired by some of these agencies as a copywriter. And you can make these the sort of like the Lunestra, maybe I shouldn't use real actual branded language, commercials where it's like everybody's like, have you ever tried Lunestra? And then ask your doctor about Lunestra today. And then it like proceeds to give all the side effects, and it reads like a fucking witch's spell. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, if you want to write that kind of copy, you could get hired to do that. Oh, man, I swear too much. Anywho, but once you start aiming lower than that, I'm talking about, you know, supplement companies, publications, magazines, gyms, retreats, resorts.
Yeah.
These businesses need copy. And they don't have, you know, Wyden and Kennedy kind of money. They have maybe a small agency, maybe a branding agency, maybe like a small internal team, kind of that amount of money. And those are the businesses you want to pitch. And you're going to have to, like, there was a question we got way earlier. How do I avoid scams? Better Business Bureau, read comments online. If you see that a business is like promising a thing and not delivering a thing, that business is probably not a good business. And you can decide what clients to work for based on your own research in that regard. But there are certainly supplement companies that make, like, I don't know, like weapons grade turmeric pills. And guess what? That's legit. There is science to back that up. And also creatine monohydrate. Yeah, like those types of supplement companies are okay to work for because they produce good stuff. Anywho, that was a long tangent about not working for Pfizer. I've worked for Amgen for some time, and I do not recommend it. So,
no, it's all good. And I think that kind of leads on to Lethal Terror's question, which is, do you think there's any work for copywriters in the pharmaceutical industry? I have a bachelor's in biochemistry and work on a master's in pharmacology, or pharmacology, actually. I work in the pharmaceutical industry right now. I work with pharmacies in the UK, which is slightly more on the commercial side than the supply side. So slightly more on the kind of like the operating of chemists and pharmacies, and the software they use and the tech that they implement and how they earn revenue. But case in point, like pharmacies, and I'm sure it's the same in the US, but like pharmacies are kind of viewed in the UK, maybe slightly different in the UK because we have the NHS, but they're certainly viewed as like, oh, pharmacies are a relatively like serious industry, you know, like there are a lot of, there's a lot of regulation there. They must earn like quite a bit of money and this kind of stuff. I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are about 12,000 pharmacies in the UK. That's a lot of pharmacies. A lot of pharmacies. Certainly, you could fill up a meeting or two, you know, if you went out to those pharmacies. There are not many companies that like market themselves as like agencies for pharmacies or like, oh, I'm a marketer for pharmacies. There are a few, but there are 12,000 pharmacies. Like my job, I'm the head of a sales and marketing department where we have to try and sell pharmacies into our company. Which we do. And obviously we care very deeply about pharmacy and the industry because our product is genuinely the best on the market, which is why I work for them. But if that's our job and we can do it, if that was, bearing in mind there's other things we have to do as well, if that was all you were doing and you're like, right, I'm just going to niche down into, I'm just going to help pharmacies to grow, because why not? Like my advice for niching has always been like niche, like when you've noticed an opportunity, then niche and then become an expert in it. Don't like say, right, I'm going to niche down right now. Like just see what's out there, like have a look what business is there, reach out. And when you decide, right, I'm going to try pitching to these people, then you can position yourself as an expert in this and create some create some spec pieces for them and swipe some ads that you see around there. But like, yeah, so do you think there's any way of copywriters in the pharmaceutical industry? Definitely. We'll go through a few more of these questions. Sean?
Yeah, I want to kick a question over to Rod because it actually touches on something that he touched on in what is, I think, at this point still our best performing YouTube short.
Yes. I saw that comment.
Yeah, wouldn't it be extremely hard to pitch? And he's talking about local businesses and other clients because they're not aware of the value of copy. And this is where I want to give the floor to Rod because he has still the best answer that he's given on our channel. So yeah, no pressure.
Yeah, and also I guess learn to gain from pain asked a similar thing. Wouldn't it be hard to convince small businesses to kind of hire you? And I think the answer is yes, it is really, really hard if you approach them and start talking to them about copywriting. Because if you run a bagel shop, if you sell bicycles, if you, I don't know, are a daycare center, beveled glass, the last thing you want to hear about are lead types or any of the things that we think about as copywriters. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you care about is selling your good or service. And so as a copywriter, you have to be really, really aware of that when you're approaching someone who, especially if they are not in that marketing world, and think about things from their perspective. And so I actually find it a lot easier because we can be really straightforward. When I approach clients, I say, hey, I help you sell things. It seems like you would like to sell more of your things. It seems like, you know, your website isn't really addressing the things that people actually care about. Let's have a conversation about how to make that better. And usually the kind of response I get is, thank God, I've been really struggling with this. Nothing I'm doing is working. Please help. And from there, you can use a little bit more technical language to explain some of the mechanisms. So for example, recently I was talking with someone who has a website that is not very good, who has sent some emails, but has not been very strategic about the kinds of emails they've sent, or been very strategic about the way in which they're like engaging their list. It's just like, it was very, very direct. Hey, I'm selling a thing, buy it if you want. And I was like, well, maybe like you can have a relationship because people actually buy your products because of your personality. And so maybe if you put your personality into your emails, they might want to buy your things more. And it was like a revelation for them to hear, oh my God, I can be myself in my emails. And so I guess to circle back, it's you sell your services to small businesses by not being a copywriter. You're just a guy who helps, or gal, or whatever you identify as, who helps them sell things. It's very, very simple.
Which, by the way, counterintuitively, is good copy.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. 100%. Like, yeah. I talk about all this in my masterclass as well, because like what we're talking about now is the exact way that I became a copywriter, exact way. And the thing, I know we're focusing a little bit on local businesses and like smaller businesses, but the thing I was trying to touch on earlier as well is that scales up very quickly. Because then you pitch to, for me, it was I talked about before, it was a snack supply company, and they also partnered with a pub supply chain company in the UK. That just kind of was the big catalyst for me. You know, it's because I'd done all those little gigs and I just learned things myself about good marketing anyway. And I'd immersed myself in the world, but also they'd seen this success I'd had. And that business, I'm not going to say I, because it was we, but like I was the marketer. I was the only copywriter, the only marketer. And we scaled it 10 times, literally from, like 1,800 a month to 30K a month. So, you know, like just under 400K a year was how much we scaled that particular business, or one of the wings of those businesses, just from good copy and good marketing. And that was a huge break for me, because then it becomes, all of a sudden, as Sean was talking about earlier, then I have a network, and then I have like different big companies and CEO friends who I can kind of lean on. And that was like 2 years ago now. And now I'm, you know, the head of sales and marketing at a multi-million-pound health tech company based in Cambridge, which, like, I don't want it to sound like a brag when I say it, because me saying that still, I remember being 1 cent a word content writer on Fiverr and bloody like rev.com and stuff 4 or 5 years ago, when I was just trying to get into this. And now to be like, I've actually made something myself, is an amazing feeling. It feels really good. And that's how I got there. It was just diving in, talking to people who didn't know things about copy, saying, hey, might be able to make you some more money, and doing it. And the other thing is, I feel like I've had a very fulfilling, even in a career that's only been 4 or 5 years long, I've had a very fulfilling, very wide-ranging career where I've worked in a dozen industries for small projects, and I've learned so much that I can cross-pollinate between them, and I love it. It's amazing. You know, I'm so grateful that I can now share it.
So I'm starting to watch people drop off. I'm starting to watch the time tick above 2.5 hours. I'm also watching the orders come in on this offer, and we need to fix the fulfillment and set that up correctly so that people can get the thing that we pay. Like, I will be honest with you guys. I never, ever want to ever be accused of being, how should I say, a duplicitous or evil, conniving person. And so what I really want to do right now is ask everybody watching, still, by the way, thank you for watching. Do you have any other questions about becoming, improving, or getting clients as a copywriter in 2023? We will answer them, and then we're going to close out for the night, and then we are going to go fix this. Like, we've been working on it for a long time, but the technical, like, operational aspect of that has been a nightmare. I had hair at the beginning of working on this. I don't anymore. That's how bad it's been.
I also just want to say that, like, just for some background context and behind the scenes here, as we were doing this live stream, I got a message from someone before we'd announced the product who was like, oh, I tried to pay for this because they found the link in the description. I was like, and it didn't go through. And someone else was talking, and I just messaged Sean. I was like, I think we need to fix this. I don't think it's working.
Yeah, like, while this stream was happening, I put in 2 test orders using different methods, and neither of them worked. And I was like, oh, like, you could probably rewind the video and find the exact moment where, like, all the blood and, like, all the life just pooped out of my body. Because it was a bad feeling.
And then I was you'll notice me very kind of just concentrate on, I'm typing like this, because I was building the new fulfillment, which was the Squarespace offer, which we didn't have up. So we had to build a new product on the stream and then say, right, go get this one. But
we literally had to find a different way to fulfill this as we were selling it.
It's great. It's a good story, but like, yeah. So you will have access. You will probably have access to Kajabi. I imagine we're still going to do it like that. So you'll have access to Kajabi, which is where we intended to sell it originally. So you still have access to everything. You'll also be getting a free bonus because we messed up. So apologies about that. Yeah, hopefully that's given some time for some last questions to trickle in.
Yeah, let's go through them. Okay, I'm going to say I wanted to highlight this because any chance that I have to compliment Rod, I will always take it. So. Rod,
thank you, Sean, but also mostly Capo.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I am muted now. I'm muted.
No, you are not. So let's go here. Future of copy in the era of AI. Rewind this video because there was like a long spiel. We did a long spiel on like everybody wants to know about AI and copywriting, so we talked about it a lot. Let's see. I have a barter offer where I get my bicycle fixed for better copy. Good idea, bad, get it in writing? Question mark.
Sorry, I might hang on. Does that make sense to you guys, or am I tired?
I think you're tired. This person wants to trade. I will write copy for your bicycle repair business if you repair my bicycle.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Oh, barter. I thought you were trying to type better, and that's on me for like being tired. All right, bartering. I see what you mean. Go for it. I don't think there's any bad. Like I wrote so much copy for free as well. That's another thing people often say is like, oh, I understand why people say this. I do. But a lot of people go like, oh, never write copy for free. And you know what? Fair enough. If you don't want to write copy for free, don't write copy for free. If you know what situation you're in financially, morally, whatever. I think fuck that. And I wrote tons of copy for free for businesses, for friends, for family. You know, I spent like hours doing that kind of stuff for established companies because I wanted the experience and I wanted to say I'd written for people and I'd done things. You know, yeah, if you need to earn money to absolutely survive, then yeah, don't like accept things for free. But if you're in a position where you can be like, okay, well, I'm gonna, you know, swallow your pride, just do it.
Yeah,
I think a good rule.
Rod, after you.
Okay, I think a good rule of thumb for that is, do you feel like you're getting enough out of the deal? And so if you really want your bicycle fixed, then that's absolutely worth it for you. If you feel like the experience you get is worth doing the work, even if you're not being compensated financially, absolutely do it. It's just if you can't figure out a way to make the deal worth it for you, then don't do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, which is like there's two different kinds of writing for free. There is the, hey, I want to write for free if you give me a good testimonial. Hey, I'll write for free if you fix my bicycle. Hey, I'll write for free on spec as long as you give me a cut of the sales. I've actually written a promo like that for a pretty major publisher where that was the deal. I won't pay you up front, but I will pay you based on how good your copy does. Like, those are all deals that you can make and all involve writing for free. There's then the bad kind of writing for free, which is the sad, lonely, pathetic, desperate kind of writing for free. Please, won't you let me write for free for you? Kind of writing. Like, don't do the latter bit. Make sure that you're getting something out of this. That's the point.
Mm-hmm. Man, there's a lot of questions.
No, Lindsey can attest. A lot of this stuff is like can be remote. It really depends, though. Like Alex, I'm sure that you had a boost in this particular process by actually going and talking to people.
Yeah,
right.
100%. Like there's no substitute for meeting someone in person. No way. But you don't need to. There were plenty of business I work with who I never met in person, so not a prerequisite.
Yeah, and so not a prerequisite. It helps. It's not necessary. There's a lot of stuff in copywriting that's like that.
Yeah.
Like somebody asked earlier whether handwriting was a good way to learn copy. And I'm going to say that in my career, the whole extent of my career, I've written by hand 2 full 70 to 90 page promotions. Like wrote them out by hand. Like, actually, do I have? Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually have. Yeah, this is literally my handwriting of a promo. And it's the whole thing. Filled up the whole legal pad. I did 2, and then I was done.
That's one of mine. That's a book. This, Sean, I believe, is End of America.
Yeah, that was End of America.
Yeah. This one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And End of America, you don't need to handwrite End of America, but it's kind of a rite of passage if you want to get into the Agora like financial copy world. It's not necessary, but it helps. That's the point that I'm trying to make. That related to, do you recommend copywriters to read fiction as training? Again, that falls in the camp of it helps, but it's not necessary. How does it help? It gives you ideas. It gives you inspiration. It gets the creative juices flowing. It also, this is the true value of fiction, in my opinion, which is it forces you to interocept the perspectives and attitudes and values of people who are not you. That, for me, is the true value of reading fiction and poetry, especially as a copywriter. It allows me to see things and experience and feel things from a perspective that is not my own. And that is so valuable when you're writing copy.
I think also it helps you, or rather, when you're reading good fiction, it can help you pick up on like non-literal like ways of writing, or how do I say this? It can help you like learn how to write in a way that evokes certain feelings and emotions without just like straight up telling someone to feel them in. A lot of the good writing writes towards people's emotions and persuades through appeals to emotion, not through appeals to reason. And I personally find that fiction often does a better job of that than nonfiction.
Alex, any thoughts on this?
No, I think, I'll be honest in that, like, I want to read more fiction than I do. I used to read a lot when I was younger. I'll be honest, I don't now cut the time out for it because I cut the time out for other things. If I'm being completely honest, and this sets me out as a geek right now, the only fiction I read right now is Warhammer 40k novels. Like, that's it. I'm making my way through the Horus Heresy series. I'm like 18 books in. That's the only, and I will listen to those on audiobook, and occasionally I'll like read one. That's mainly because I like to escape to that world. I don't know why, but like I like to escape to that world and just kind of, that's almost my relaxing time. But yeah, I 100% see the value in doing it. But again, I'm an example of where I think it's not necessary, but it certainly would help. And I'm sure if I wrote more, it would help. Read more, it would help.
Yeah, for everybody watching right now, Alex has gotten me into Warhammer 40k lore. I have no intention of ever playing the game. I have no intention of ever reading the books. But man, have I watched way more videos about Warhammer 40k lore than any near 40-year-old ever should. Like, good God. Anywho, I just outed myself, didn't I? Let's answer this question. How would you go about selling a commodified service, cleaning, plumbing, etc.?
I mean, the first thing I'd say is if you're in the Patreon, go and look at No Man's Niche. Like, definitely the book that Lindsey and Sean put together based on their experience. I know Brian, I know we've probably covered a lot of this in what we've just been saying anyway, but general wrap up from me on that. Do you want 2 pieces of advice for this? Selling a commodified service. Number 1, get good at local media buying, right? First thing, get good at local media buying. And by that, I mean local Google ads, i.e. intent-based searches. So when someone is searching for plumbing services, make sure yours is the first one that shows up, the person you're writing for. That's number 1. Number 2 is, and again, this steers slightly outside of copywriting, but get good at offer building for companies. What do I mean by that? I mean like making sure that what you offer as a service is actually what people are looking for. So find the thing that they really care about. Like, yeah, they want a plumber, but do they want, for example, like same-day call-outs or not to be charged if there's not a problem? Things like that. Most firms, and I'm talking about plumbing firms specifically here because I've worked for one, most firms offer that, but they don't shout about it. Similarly, connect with, it's not quite an affiliate deal, but like connect with other businesses, right? So make sure that your plumbing firm that you're working for, get them linked up to other building companies, and then local business unions, and town hall societies, and building societies that like do stuff for old people and rehousing and stuff. So good. Like that's how you get in front of more people quickly. In terms of the actual copywriting, just quickly, the thing I would say is on the site that you should build for them, make sure the action is immediate, like above the fold. You'd be amazed at how many like plumbers and electricians and, you know, florists and stuff websites are just like a headline and about a section all there, no buttons, and you have to scroll down ages to even like find their number, right? Put that number at the top, put a inquiry form like right there with just like name, email, like what's the problem, those kinds of things. All right, just, you don't even need to have incredible copywriting to make those work. That's gonna be my quickfire wrap up on that.
I'm going to give a non-quickfire answer. So Rod, if you have any insight into this, I can go into another Sean tangent.
Oh, you go ahead.
So I want to say there's 3 or 4 levers you can pull to really like lock this down and nail this. Alex touched on it. Offer creation is one big thing. What are some ways you can adjust an offer? You can adjust what you include in a service. You can adjust the pricing of the service. You can adjust the guarantee. You can adjust the warranty. You can adjust the bonuses. Those are all different things that you can do to improve the offer for a commodified service. Like, for example, who are you going to hire? The plumber that fixes your plumbing, or the plumber that fixes your plumbing and offers a 1-year guarantee on their service? That's offer creation. Now, there are other ways you can fiddle with this too. Like, for example, you could drop the price so you're cheaper than any of the competition. But also, remember what I said in the earlier Sean tangent about how the pricing and the offers you put out into the world attract a very specific kind of clientele? Well, you can do, instead of dropping your price, you can do what is called the Hormozy, not to be confused with the Dirty Sanchez, which is to raise your price above any of your competition. And so who are you going to attract? Only the people that have in their mind the association that price gets quality. So you're only going to be dealing with people with money and people who associate high-tier service with luxury. So you can market it that way. Going away from offers for a second, you can also come up with new ideas. Like, for example, what was it? I think it was either mattresses or cars. I forget, but it was in the 80s where this very unhinged man created a sort of like made for like public television commercial where he's like, "I'm Crazy Eddie. Come on down to Crazy Eddie's car," and like, you know, that sort of appeal. Well, somebody had an idea. It was a commodified product. It was being sold in the same way by everybody. And then all of a sudden this guy comes out and he's like, "I'm so nuts. I'm slashing prices. I'm giving the best deals. I'm so crazy. I'm just giving these things," you know, that kind of ad. Well, somebody came up with that idea, and it was for a commodified product and service. And it really worked. It really worked. And so that is a good example of like, why a good copywriter is always going to beat a ChatGPT or like an AI kind of writer, because ChatGPT can't come up with ideas that don't exist in its training data. You can come up with cool angles and weird stuff to do like that, that is going to sell a service in a unique way that no other commodity seller can. So that is another piece of advice. I'm trying to think of other stuff. Simple, just like discounts, just finding ways to actually like frame or deliver discounts in a new or novel way. Like, for example, like sending somebody, instead of like an email, why don't you just ask somebody, if you know your client, if you can do, there are services now that will actually use like the equivalent of a 3D printer to handwrite notes, like personalized notes to people. And then you can mail them, like, this is all automated, but there's a service that does this. You can mail these handwritten notes that ask people if they need service or a discount or what have you. Now, there are two ways. You can either do that to get new business, or you can do that to basically segment and reach out to your highest paying past clients just as a thank you. Hey, you know, if you need your poop removed from your toilet, well, we are still plumbers and you can still utilize us. So those are 3 ideas. The fourth and final one that I'll give for selling a commodified service is to take a service that you're already giving, but sell it in a different context. What do I mean by that? If you're a plumbing service, it's not going to take you a whole lot of extra effort or money to sell your byproduct. What is the byproduct? Well, constructing like irrigation in a backyard, for example. What are you doing? You are shunting water from one area to another with pipes. And so, yeah, some plumber in the chat is going to be like, that's not how. No, you're listening to the words that I'm saying and not what I'm trying to communicate, which is that look for these like sort of like lateral moves that you can make that's not going to take a whole lot of effort, but still utilize the same skill set, knowledge, and equipment that you already have access to. Irrigation might be a little bit too far, but you can think of other things too. Like, for example, like misters, like in a backyard during the summer, like actually constructing misters in people's porches for people to hang out on them. Like, that's plumbing. You need plumbing to do that. And so those are all additional offers that you can sort of like, again, construct off of or tangentially to your main offer, which people just aren't thinking of or trying to sell or capitalize on. And that is how you sell a commodified service, according to Sean.
Yeah. I don't want to spend more time on this question because I've got other stuff I want to say here, but I know we should move on. Should we do the OG copy that like 30 seconds per question?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we each have 10 seconds.
Yeah, I want to start with this one. How do you objectively critique, edit your own copy? You can't objectively do it, but you can subjectively do it. And one way to subjectively do it is by using the system that I call value edits, function edits, and line edits. Value edits is where you look at your idea. Is the idea good? Is it going to resonate? Is it unique? If not, rewrite the whole thing, because no amount of polishing a turd is going to make it not a turd. So function edits, are things going in the right order? Does it have the right structure? If not, move stuff. Then line edits. Does every sentence in your copy thrum? Is it all good? Does it read out loud really well? Is it all grammatically correct-ish? Do you generally like not overuse the verb to be, is, was, am, being, etc.? Like if every single one of your lines like reads really well, that's a good line edit. So value edits, function edits, line edits. Go through your own copy with those 3 things in mind, not all at the same time, and you will write better copy. You'll also critique copy better too. Like you can ask people, do you want a value edit on this? I'll just assess the idea and not correct your grammar. That is what I would recommend there. Do you guys want to add to that?
The only thing that I will stress is, because I use that system as well, Sean, that you introduced to me, fantastic. I just want to stress the point, reading copy out loud. When you read something out loud, it is utilizing a different part of your brain, so you catch a lot of mistakes that you've otherwise been just brushing over. So yeah, cool. Okay, I think we got that one done.
Next one. Can you write e-commerce emails in a similar way to info product emails, e.g. using moment of high tension? Alex, I'll let you take this one.
I mean, short answer, yes. I talked a little bit earlier about cross-pollination, like the idea of taking ideas from one industry / niche and putting them in another. It's worked very well for me. You know, sometimes it misfires, but a lot of the time it's good. The thing that I would recommend, though, with e-commerce, and specifically saying using the moment of high tension, e-commerce, you can be far more direct in most cases with what you're selling. Someone has a problem, they're looking for a physical thing they're going to own to fix that problem. That is not all, but that's a lot of physical things. They're called functional products, and they make up most of the products in the world. The moment of highest tension in e-commerce is either going to be 2 things. 1, it's going to be a demonstration of the product, which is a fantastic way to sell, or 2, the problem actually occurring. So, i.e., you know, the back pain, like striking, right? For example, and then a back brace. So those are 2 moments of highest tension in e-commerce, slightly different from info products where it would be like, you know, oh, the house was burning, I couldn't go up and see my kid or something like that. So that's why I recommend, like, you take inspiration, but certainly from my experience, most of high intention in e-commerce and things like that are product demonstration. There's no substitute for. and also just showing in a very immediate way the big problem, i.e. really, like we were talking about earlier, really waxy ears, for example.
Rod, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay. Question: how do I run the services that you describe in No Man's Niche while using CallRail, other tools you use? Can I do those services without money? Yes, you can, but it's harder.
Cool.
Multitasking gods, LOL. Yes, thank you. I'm just thankful I'm thankful you exist, Anthony. Specifically you. And nobody else. Thank you.
Yikes.
How can I work concentrated for many hours? I have problems with that. Oh, Rod, do you want to take this one?
Yes, we did a whole stream on productivity in December, and go watch that. Copy that channel, YouTube. We're here. Also, more usefully, get rid of distractions. If you have your phone and your notifications on all the time, and you're working, JK, I got Instagram update, whatever. Throw that shit away. I actually threw my phone. Don't actually throw your phone. It's probably expensive. I regret doing that. Get rid of distractions, block out your time into chunks. And so, first set aside a time to work. Then within that time, you can use like the Pomodoro system, for example, where you work for a 20-minute chunk, set a timer for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, stop for 5 minutes, take a 5-minute break, then do another round, 20 minutes on, 5 minutes off. If you tell yourself you're going to have a break, you'll be more likely to be able to focus. But remove distractions, give yourself a structure for working, and then just repeat.
Yeah, and I'm not going to add to that answer because that would get us demonetized. Anyway, next question. I'm in the beginner loop of going after theory. How do I get out? Just stop everything and do outreach? I'm going to give you Robert Bly's system. 25% of your day is outreach. 50% of your day is doing stuff like actual client work. Or if you don't have any clients, that's practice, that's all that. And then the other 25% is like research and improving your skill set. So let's break that down into an 8-hour workday. That's 2 hours of prospecting, which you can get a lot of prospecting done in 2 hours. That's 4 hours of work, which if you're writing and like trying to be fresh, you're not going to stay that fresh and be able to write that much beyond the 4-hour point. Let's be real. And then 25% of like improving your skills. That's a different part of your brain. And that can actually be very refreshing at the end of a day. So bingo, bango, 25, 50, 25. That is how you shift this loop and how you start to adjust your habits. Do you guys have anything that you want to add to that?
Simply just do it. Think of Nike. Just do it. Or Nike. The jury's still out on that one.
Okay. Speaking of Nike, I interviewed the person who studied under the person who came up with Just Do It. That's available on youtube.com/copythat, but the full extended version of that interview is available on the patreon.com/thecopythatshow. Patreon. Hey, I did the you don't understand how much I love this particular StreamYard feature. It's so good. Anyway, hold on. Did I miss where I was?
I can bring it back.
No, that's we were beyond that. I get riled up very easily. I'm a very easily rileable person. We just did that one. Let's do this one. When working with small businesses who only have things like Instagram or Facebook, how do we actually get in contact with customers to send copy? Is it weird to just go through their followers list? Who wants to take this one?
I would be happy to take it because I've had this problem/experience. So 9 times out of 10, small businesses will have an email list because they have to take emails for a lot of their transaction activity. So it's likely they have an email list. You just need to ask for it. But if they are, the reason email lists are important, by the way, is because it means you can get to someone directly. I.e., you can use something like a free tool like MailChimp or HubSpot, and you can load an email list, i.e. people's emails, into that software and then send them something for free. A lot of the time you have to pay when you have slightly higher numbers, but it gets direct to their inbox, which people are likely to at least see. Opening it is your, how they open it is your job, but like they will at least see that it comes up. So emails are always a good place to go. If the company is not keen to give you the email list for some reason, and they just say, hey, here's our Instagram and Facebook. 100, yeah, you can definitely go through their followers list. 100%. That is the list. Like, you know, you'll hear the term list a lot in marketing. List is just anyone's contact information that you have. Go get it. And then I would recommend, if you're using Instagram or Facebook, one, you can use those as organic tools. Instagram is better than Facebook as an organic tool, generally speaking, in my experience. But also you can buy software like Messenger outreach, and you can basically automate email sequences that are like emails, but going to people's Facebook inboxes, for example. Nothing wrong with doing that as well. Very, very common thing. So yeah, so number one, ask for the email list or why you can't have it if they're not giving it to you. 2, utilize that email list. 3, if they're not giving it to you, no problem using Instagram and Facebook lists. 4, have a look for software that utilizes those things like messenger bots. Anything to add, guys? Cool.
Damn, y'all been talking for almost 3 hours. Yes, we are all very tired. I'm very peckish. I didn't eat lunch today. I've been like in webhook land. And it just makes webhooks make me so angry. Like so riled, as somebody mentioned earlier.
I have also not eaten for 12 hours, so yeah, I am pretty starving right now.
Anyway, shout out intermittent fasting. All right, how to write a no-brainer offer. If it was easy, ChatGPT would be able to do it, and then we'd all be out of a job. But it ain't easy. Now, here is what I do when I'm creating offers that I would call no-brainer offers. The secret sauce to a really good offer is that the actual components of the offer overcome people's natural objections to whatever the product is, which is to say that if your copy has done to like a good job up to the point where you get the offer, the only remaining question that they should have in their head is, how do I get started? And then you show them what to do to get started, which is, you know, call here to get plumbing, like misters installed or whatever. I'm going to use bone broth because I love using bone broth because it's a perfect example of something that, like, there was no demand for bone broth before marketers decided to manufacture some demand for frickin' bone broth. Like, nobody cared about this stuff before marketers picked it up. And so how was bone broth marketed? Well, you could sell people bone broth. Well, nobody wakes up in the morning going, I want bone broth. Okay, so your copy has to overcome all the objections to why they want bone broth. And it has to convince people to want bone broth. Okay, get 3 bottles of bone broth when you buy now. But wait, there's more. And then the next part of the offer is going to have to be the next objection that they have in their mind to, like, getting bone broth, which, let's just brainstorm some quick objections to bone broth. I can't even speak right now. I'm so riled. One of those objections naturally is going to be, well, what the fuck do I use this for? How do I use this? Like, what is it going? How do I store it? Like, I have so many questions about the bone broth. Oh, it's okay. I got you. Here's a book of recipes that utilize bone broth in ways that are going to maximize its whatever benefits. I don't even know what the benefits of bone broth are. It makes your bones more bony. There you go. Bone broth. That's how you get it. Okay, people are going to have other objections to that. Well, what if I don't like it? What if I I get 3 jars of this stuff. I have the recipes. I take 1 sip and I'm like, oh God, it tastes like bones. I don't want to eat bones. Well, that's where a warranty and guarantee comes in. You say, satisfaction guarantee. If you don't like the taste of the bone broth, and you don't like the bones that it puts inside of you, well, just watching Rod.
It was also because we said 30 seconds a question.
Sorry, I have a lot to say about offers. I'll do a whole like video / like masterclass about offer creation, but really, like, if you understand what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to give examples along the way as I'm saying it, which tends to confuse people. I apologize, but here's the less than 30-second spiel. Think about the objections naturally intrinsic to whatever you're offering. There are always going to be some, and all the offer should be doing is not just throwing random shit at the people buying your stuff. It should be overcoming the objections that people are going to have when they buy the main thing that you're offering. Does that make sense? Am I even making sense at this point?
I think so. I think so. I just enjoy watching Rod lose the will to live.
But this is why you don't go into business with your friends, because Rod has had to deal with me and the random stuff that comes out of my mouth for like 3 years at this point.
I also think we muted Rod.
Okay, so here's the I am so disappointed in you, Sean, because that discussion, yeah, sure, really useful, really insightful, really well informed, great. I'm sure they learned a lot, but you had one job when that question was asked. All you had to do was this.
Oh God!
That is a good point. He is right. That was a perfect opportunity to plug.
And we could have been done. And the audience would have been like, wow, Sean, you're so smooth. You dropped that offer like it was nothing.
Instead, you spoke about bone broth. What the fuck? What did you call it? Now I'm fucked up. Bone broth. For 5 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Instead, we got this.
Can I just say, I don't understand how podcasters do it. Like I've been listening to like Andrew Huberman podcast, and that dude will have conversations that last for like 6-7 hours, like 6-7 hour podcasts, like hardcore histories like that too. And straight up, like after hour 2, I just want to cuss and make poop jokes, nonstop. Like my brain can't handle any more conversation.
I love that we were like, oh, let's do this structure, guys. We'll keep it under 2 hours. 3 hours, 10 minutes in, and we're back to bone broth. We have to, we have to promise ourselves now, 30 seconds a question. We have to get through it. Rod, I want you to answer the next question so you don't die.
Is that, I think there's one before. I'll do both. I'll do both. So how long does it take to become a copywriter? As short as like 3 weeks or a month, and as long as like your entire life. It just depends on you, where you are in terms of writing skills, where you are in terms of your copy and marketing knowledge, and so just go out there, stop focusing on how long it takes, start focusing on like being and doing the copy, because it will, it's the wrong question. Next question is, Alex, your 5-hour course is great. Will it be enough to get me, that person, started? Yes. Watch the video. It has step-by-step instructions on how to get started as a copywriter. Just do it.
We also have a full guide that builds off of that course at copythatshow.com.
Yeah, I would just say go to copythatshow.com/how to start copywriting. Just go there. The video is there anyway, and it just details everything. If after you've been through all of that, you're like, shit, I need more, and I have $49, and like I want to get in on something good, then go to Copy Accelerator, Copy Career Accelerator. Get the banner up, guys. Someone get the banner up. I could do it. That one.
Oh, yeah.
Then go to that one. All right, cool. Chat, comments, again. Next question.
This one.
Yes. Handwriting. Okay, so this is actually really cool. So handwriting doesn't just help because it's like trendy and shit. Your brain encodes memories and information in different ways depending on the way in which that information is like actually brought into your mind. And so you will remember something you hear differently than something you see, differently than something you write. And so handwriting can help, especially if you're also reading it. So you're getting that visually. If you're repeating the copy out loud, so then you're hearing it auditorily as well. And handwriting helps you encode that in terms of your motor memory. So that's a third way through which you are encoding that information into your mind. So you're more likely to remember what you write if you're also doing that. So it can help. It's not required, but it is a helpful thing if you are not the kind of person who remembers shit.
Awesome.
I actually answered this in one of our Copywriting 101 videos. How many pieces of copy do you need in your portfolio? Again, 0. I've heard of people get hired with 0 spec pieces. But if you want guidance of like what to include in a spec portfolio, squeeze page. Something that collects email or phone number or some sort of personal information. look up squeeze pages. Then a welcome email, preferably for that squeeze page. Welcome emails are going to be different from sales emails, of which you should write 3. Sales emails and lifts, I sort of use that term interchangeably, but a sales email does selling. A lift doesn't persuade somebody to buy a thing. It persuades people to click onto a sales page that convinces people to buy a thing. You don't need a sales page for your portfolio, but I would recommend also taking one of your sales emails or lifts and turning it into a Facebook post just to show your range. The whole point of having those different pieces of copy in your portfolio is, one, so that you get practice with writing for different contexts and different parts of the customer journey and like what they're aware of, but also practicing different styles of writing that will be necessary for these different pieces of copy. Mm-hmm. Anything to add to this, you guys?
Nope.
Okay. Rod explained the science behind it. How many hours do you each spend per day working? Alex, you go first.
A lot. I mean, just today, for example, I woke up at 5. I worked for an hour. I was in the office at 7:30, back at 5, straight here because I was doing this, and have been working on this since 6. So literally, I don't know, what was that, 14 hours, something like that today?
Yeah, I'm on hour 12.
Yeah. So a lot,
yes.
a lot.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I think Alex Hormozy put this the best. Alex Hormozy is another of those gurus like Andrew Tate, where it's like, he's just another like carbon copy of like other gurus who have come before. I'm the oldest copy thatter. And so like, I've seen this stuff, and I've also been in this business, I think Lindsey's been longer, but like I've been in this business for a long time. So Alex Hormozy is really good at taking past stuff and then reconfiguring it, recombining it, and then presenting it in a new package. Nothing that he has to say is new. Nothing. But one thing that he articulated well, better than I think his predecessors who have said the same thing did, which is that if you want unbalanced results in your life, like outsized results, you can't expect to lead a balanced life. The two do not connect. If you want asymmetrical results, you're not going to get it with symmetrical, balanced life. That was barely even a grammatical sentence, but would you guys like to add anything to that?
Yeah, Rod, you go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds scary as hell when you're learning, like, oh my God, I want to be a copywriter. And then you ask how long someone works, and they're like, oh, like 12 hours, 14 hours. I think the reality is that, especially starting out, it's not going to be that long. If you're not trying to do 15 million different projects, you can go to work or be working from 9 to 5. You can have a balanced schedule. I think just the people on the show are atypically motivated or have lots of stuff on our plates. And so, don't be scared off because we work a lot.
Definitely. I agree 100% with what you said, Sean. Like, I'm only doing this because I'm ambitious. And, not being funny, I could, if I wanted to, I could work 4 hours a day. I could work 4 hours a day. Sean could work 4 hours a day. We could all work a few hours a day and earn more than enough just to get by and live a decent life. But I don't want to do that. I want to own businesses, and I want to be rich, and I want to have actual freedom. But I know it's going to take at least a decade of hard graft, and I'm only a couple of years in. So anyway, all right, cool.
All right, next one. As a newbie, what would you advise I do? I would advise you to rewind this video and start from the beginning, because that is what this whole stream has been about. Come on! Would you like to add anything to that?
Just I don't want to have. This is not me having a go at you. This is just kind of a reality. If you're saying I just can't get myself to put in the work, the only advice I can have is you have to put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
Yeah.
You can try different methods to get you to put in the work, but ultimately you just need to develop discipline. That's it. And I can't advise you the best way to do that because I'm not a discipline expert.
Nobody can sell that to you.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
certain places can sell them to you, just not on YouTube.
Yeah, true. Anyway, let's move on. Any advice on how to break through the feeling of being overwhelmed when starting a new project?
I spoke about it. I wrote a whole thing. I'm going to do a short about this, I think, but I wrote a whole thing the other day, which is like, whenever you start a new project, work out what the objectives are. And I don't mean like, oh, Facebook posts and, you know, email lists writing or whatever. I mean like, okay, what is the point of the project? What's it actually trying to achieve? Is it more sales of a certain product? Is it more people subscribing to an email list? Like, break down what the objectives are, first of all, and then work backwards from there. Make sure anything you're doing is in some way contributing to those objectives. That is going to make yourself so focused. I can't tell you how many projects just get lost in, and I'm still guilty of this, but like how many projects get lost in like shit that doesn't actually move the needle towards where you want to be going, because you just think, oh, someone's asked me to do that, or like, oh, I could do this. This would be nice. I'll reorganize this folder. I'll like, you know, do this, or I'll write this like about us page or whatever. Is it actually driving you towards the objectives that you were hired for? If you are hired just to do an about page, great. Then that's the objective. Break it back from there. But like, that's the number one thing for me is don't separate it into different functions, separate it into different objectives, and then make sure you're always doing one of the tasks below those objectives, because then you can't be doing something wrong. That's how I get overwhelmed on projects.
Yeah, I definitely echo that. Like, figure out what the real goal is. Because recently, for example, like this happens constantly. This is a real thing you will always like struggle with. Like, I got brought onto a project for a launch, but after sort of like sitting with it for a second, kind of figuring out, okay, some of the things, like the goals I'm being told here don't really make sense. Now we're kind of doing work based off of like reorganizing the entire like organization of the business and like what their annual goals are going to be. Because like a lot of the time, a client will come to you and they'll be like, hey, I want work for this thing because they think that they need copy, that copy is going to solve their problem. But the real issue is that they don't, like, the problem they've identified has very little to do with like the business that they're trying to run. And so you have to like do work to align the actual like business activities with the business goals.
Yeah, I wasn't going to answer this, but I will just say this. I was feeling overwhelmed earlier today. Like, I was trying to make ClickFunnels, talk to Kajabi, and it just, nothing was working. And everything was broken. And like, the person who owns Kajabi kept coming to my house, ringing the doorbell and slapping me in the face. Like, it was a bad time. And like, it was like 4 hours until we started streaming, and then it was 3 hours until we started streaming, and then it was 2 hours, and it was 1 hour, and nothing was working still. And hey, we're still streaming, and stuff still isn't working.
yeah, we haven't fixed it. We're still chatting.
We're still chatting.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, if you order now at the link that you're about to see in the description below, yeah, like you could get the charter offer, and we will make sure that you get your fulfillment, that you get everything that we promise on the sales page. You can just go and check it out and see everything that will be available to you. And that will be $49 for now. It'll be $79 at the end of February when we hike the price. But for patrons, it's going to be $29. So if you want access to the Patreon and you want a $20 discount now, but $50 discount, I guess, at some point in the future, just join the patreon.com/thecopythatshow. But anyway, my answer to anxiety has always been action, which is to say that when I'm feeling overwhelmed, I just keep doing stuff. Like, I force myself to keep doing stuff until there's nothing else to be done. At which point, one of the things, I actually have never talked about this before, and it feels really weird to share it on screen, and now I'm going over 30 seconds. Body scans, meditation. Like, legit, if you take 5 minutes out of your day to meditate and do a body scan, your anxiety plummets. And as long as you're balancing that, like, if you're feeling overwhelmed and anxious, keep doing stuff. But if you're at the point where there's nothing to be done, get away from your phone, from a screen, from the thing that is overwhelming you, and just have a private, quiet moment where you do a body scan. And that sounds like a OnlyFans kind of thing, but it isn't. You can go on YouTube and like get these like body scan meditation prompts, You don't have to spend any money for it, and it is and has been really helpful for me. So that is what I do. Next one?
Yeah, next one.
Okay. My mother has a shop with mother's shoes. Does learning copywriting will help me sell them? Yes. The answer is yes. Next. Off the top of your head, what kind of strategies would you use to launch and promote a men's fashion brand? Note is being launched on Instagram. Jesus Christ. This is a whole...
This is a strategy. Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I sum it up in 2 words?
Please.
Just quick. Okay. Influencers, affiliates. Like, if you want an honest way of doing this, like in my experience, assuming this isn't like in a particular niche, if it was like for, you know, like, I don't know, biker leather or something, where it's like, okay, well, you have an audience. If this is just kind of like a generic kind of streetwear brand, influencers and affiliates. Otherwise, I will be here for 2 hours trying to explain like strategy and breaking this down, which obviously we can't do right now.
Future episode.
Yeah,
there you go.
Episode.
God, I was going to say, really quick, just on that note, there is a platform where you can go and hire influencers. Like, influencers make themselves available, like, to the highest bidder. If you have a product, you can hire an influencer. You don't have to message anybody. You don't have to reach out to anybody. You can literally just go to these platforms. I forget what they're called. There's like several at this point. You just Google it. But you can literally go and find influencers who will push your products.
Yeah.
Makes it easy. Anywho, hide that. Next one. Thank you for not being driven by money. We are definitely driven by money.
Not driven by money.
But we are also driven by a stupid ethical code that prevents us from making as much money as we can. So thank you for appreciating us. This is not a charity, but we are trying to do something good. So there is that. Let's see. Writing sprints are amazing. Yes. How important is getting a business email domain or website to host your portfolio? I know my answer. The answer is not at all.
Google Drive.
Not at all.
Google Drive.
Google Drive.
Google Drive.
Google Drive and Gmail. That's all you need. And like straight up for the, like, yes, it is an optimization. Is it necessary? No. You can use your, like, I love My Little Pony at gmail.com email address and get started doing this. Is it going to cost you some business? Yes. But hopefully you have the presence of mind not to use that. And you have, I don't know, lethal terror at gmail.com.
Lethal terror copywriting at Gmail.
Yeah, that would sell. There you go. You don't
lethal
need to...
terror marketing.
Oh my god. Somebody go get that domain, lethalterrormarketing.com. It probably costs a penny at this point, and scoop it up. Anywho, yeah, you don't need it. So there you go. Can you explain more how to use intrigue in emails? Yeah. Omit details.
Yeah,
let
cool.
the sales page do the selling. Let the email do the intriguing.
In fact, go and watch the last critique stream that we did for free here on YouTube. It's the one, I think it was called Copy for the Copy God, where Rod, Lindsey, and I, another Warhammer reference, where Rod, Lindsey, and I actually go through an email and explain intrigue. And we literally, you see our intrigue build up, and then the moment it drops off. And it's because it was revealed in the email. So yeah, omitting detail is a fantastic point. But go and watch Copy for the Copy God and have a look for that.
Yeah. And where can they watch that?
They can watch that on the channel they're watching this on right now, which is youtube.com/copy that. You should also subscribe, hit the bell notification, subscribe to Patreon, and buy the Copy Career Accelerator if you can afford it, because we're ethical. All right, yeah.
We're falling off the cliff here.
1 CTA. All right, cool. Just
okay. Thanks, guys. Great jam. Got to go pick up the wife from work. Alan, thank you, and thank you to your wife as well. We are love. I really appreciate you. Rod, let's hear you field a question. He has
a question.
I'm way behind on these. Any recommendations on how to write daily emails?
Write one every day.
Write one every day.
One a day.
That's the recommendation. Like, read your emails. Like, don't send stuff to spam. Sign up for a lot of different email lists.
Definitely.
Read them. See the kind of stuff they write, and then try to replicate that. That's it. That's how you write daily emails. being vegan. I was vegan for a long time. Have you guys ever experimented with veganism?
Yeah, it's called My Boyfriend, and I will not be partaking because it sucks.
Yeah, I was a vegan until I literally was told by a doctor, you need to eat not what you're eating because you are dying. And so I started eating meat again. There you go.
We've solved that.
Kill yourself or kill the planet.
Yeah, it's an ethical dilemma. Anyway, offer building masterclass. I'm here for it, and we will be here for it too at patreon.com/thecopythatShow. Unmute Rod. Rod is his own man. Don't tell me how to run Rod's life. Rod runs
I've
his
been
own
muting
life.
myself on and off because with StreamYard, there's actually a hotkey for it. So if you hit Control D,
Really?
you can mute yourself and unmute yourself. And so it's been so easy to mute myself. I've just been muting myself after everything. I know, right?
I know me and Sean are just we weren't actually talking. Which is stupid because we were muted. Anyway.
No, I was legitimately yelling. So
how's your infant?
Any tips for beginners trying to annotate copy? Yes, I have a whole 13-minute video about what you should be looking for. And also, friend of the show, Kyle Milligan, has good advice for annotating copy. So go watch my video first, because I'm the best. And then go watch Kyle's videos, because he has more of them. And yeah, quality beats quantity, of course. But at the same time, go watch that video. Mainly look for structural things at first. Like when you're learning copy, try to look for the points where like one idea is transitioning to another one. Because that's something that a lot of juniors just aren't able to see quite yet. And actually reading copy closely and being like, are we talking about something different at this point? Is this section doing something different, like functionally? Like actually learning how to do that and look at copy in that way, that's going to teach you a lot, like right from the get-go. So any other tips, you guys?
No, I think we've covered that.
No.
This is like being in a bar with old friends. That's because we've been streaming so long we sound like we're drunk. Like literally, like when we were trying to say bone broth, like we couldn't even say it. We were slurring our words.
Yeah.
I think
this is what it sounded like in New York that time.
Yeah, no, true. Like, the three of us, we got so blitz in New York City together, and that was a good time.
That was very fun.
That was fun. We should do it again. They don't do it in one take.
Yep, that's very true.
Yes to boob jokes. I think we are going to get demonetized one day. Can you do a video of role-playing a copywriter and client, day in the life of a copywriter? I legit was thinking about doing a video like this, and my wife has been encouraging me to do a video like this. The problem is that my days look very different from each other, like very different. And so like, I have 2 kids, so routine out the window. And so like, maybe I'll do it a short version and like just film myself. But knowing me, it would probably be a parody of like that American Psycho, like, wake up, do 1,000 crunches now. And then I wrote 10 pages of copy. It has already made me $10,000. Then I go and do my facial scrub. And then I just like end the reel with just like peeling the thing. that would be my version of this. But yeah, we could definitely do like a role playing like call. Like that would be a fun short. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like that. We'll do that.
All right. Handwriting scripts is how I memorize plays in a short time. Yes, good for memory. Would you focus on? Yes. The other day, I searched Evaldo in the Discord and found a post of yours with the same quote. Sean, yes, Evaldo. My best-selling promo ever was Chiefed by Evaldo. And so, yeah, that guy knows his stuff. So if any of you ever want a good primer, I guess it would be primer is the correct way to pronounce this, which is stupid.
Is it?
It's so stupid. Primer. That's the correct way to pronounce primer.
Oh.
Anyway, if you want a good primer, this is so dumb, on like writing long-form direct response financial copy, Evaldo's 16-word sales letter is a really good resource.
And I should also say that is one of the books, this is revealing a bit, but that's one of the books that I took notes on and that you get in the Copy Career Accelerator.
Hey. Nice. How do I go about the market research before putting out a piece of copy? Laying out the process will be helpful, please. Alex, do we happen to have anything that could possibly be about research?
I don't want to say I just mentioned it, but hey, in the Copy Career Accelerator, there is 11 videos comprising, I think, of like 13 hours of over-the-shoulder footage of just me researching for business building and copywriting, just getting the messages and then distilling them into what people care about and then ranking them. And you can apply that to any market. So yeah, that is there. You can also buy that on its own on copythatshow.com, but I believe it's like, I want to say like 69, nice, like 60, maybe 67, $69, something like that. So it's actually cheaper right now if you get the Copy Career Accelerator. But again, only if you can afford it. It is always the underlying thing here. Also,
if what you can afford is nothing, you can only afford the free. We have videos on youtube.com/copythat about doing research. In fact, I set us up on Spotify. And if you go on Spotify and search for Copy That and manage to find us, because there's a lot of podcasts with Copy That, oddly, the first episode that I uploaded was our podcast, our video about research. So we have plenty of stuff that you can use to learn and get better at research. Okay, laying out the process. Do you do client hunting? Where can I find those high-ticket clients? Thank you, guys.
Oh, I think rewind the video. I think we talked about getting clients, and again, same thing. Copy Career Accelerator. I go into how I identify, select clients.
I do have one thing to add here, because I think this is one of those things we don't ever talk about, but it has to happen in order for you to get paid a lot. You have to be willing to say what your price is, that your price is high. If you are just looking for people who are going to pay you lots of money, you're going to find first a lot of people who aren't. And so if you are leading your interactions, you're leading your marketing with, hey, this is how much I expect to make, or this is how much I want to make, you're going to, one, weed out all of the people who are not willing to pay that price, which will save you time, energy, and sanity. But two, you'll also attract the kind of people who are looking to pay that premium. Because let's say you're out there, you own a business and you have an infinite ad budget. Do you want to spend your money on the person who's charging $5 an hour, or do you want to spend your money on the person who's charging $50 or $500 an hour? You're going to perceive a qualitative difference in the services of those people solely based on the price that you see advertised. And so when you are putting yourself out there, keep in mind that the price that you're advertising, or the sort of services or the language that you're using, is going to give people an impression of like the quality of service you're offering, and that may make someone more likely to hire you even if your price is higher. And so you have to be willing and comfortable saying, hey, I want you to pay me $100 an hour.
Listen to what Rod just said. That ties in with my earlier tangential lesson earlier in this particular stream, where I was talking about like what you put out there attracts specific people. So you have to be judicious and careful about what you put out there. And if you launch into with, I'm an expensive boy, regardless of whether you're a boy, then you're going to only attract the clients and that can afford an expensive boy. That's a weird thing to say. Why did I put it that way? It's a really
why are we buying people?
You want an expensive boy, I guess. But...
Oh gosh. Anyway,
continue.
wait, real quick.
Oh god.
So earlier you made it. So we had the whole Sean's a whip cracker comment, and
I was hoping to just forget that happened.
That was apparently so egregious. I didn't find it egregious because I know you, but apparently that was so egregious that my girlfriend is currently sick upstairs, but she tuned into the stream and she texted me, "Whip cracker, Rod, it's Black History Month." That's insane.
Oh.
I was thinking about Indiana Jones. I was thinking about Indiana Jones and I became a racist.
if the whip fits.
Oh God. Don't go into business with your friends, guys. That's my final time I'm going to say that. Oh God. Do I always have to use storytelling in my email copy? No.
No.
You could sell a book about how to organize your life based around your priorities and goals. Hey, I think we're doing that. Like everybody. So, okay. Real talk. We put out a second book. And by we put out, I mean, Lindsey did the bulk of the work. She put together a book on productivity systems, specifically a productivity system that she and I learned from Mark Ford, aka Michael Masterson. We were going to utilize people's feedback and then use that feedback and how they implemented the system, how they adjusted it, their feedback, and revise the book. We never got any feedback. And so we were like, well, people must have just not liked the book. And that's why we beta test things to Patreon to like not only get feedback and get testimonials, but also to like change the book so that it could be a better tool for people before we release it fully. We never got feedback on that. And then other people relatively recently said, oh my God, but I love that book and it's been changing my life. And I was like, we've already written that book off. Like we've written off the whole productivity thing, like completely. Like we were just going to be like, nope, that was a failed offer. Not going to do it again. And then all of a sudden, everybody was just like, what? Why would you do that? That was amazing. And so now we're just conflicted. So you guys that are not a member of the patreon.com/thecopythatshow yet, you can go and see the book for yourself. It's one of the posts. If you don't want to pay for it, you can just scroll through and see everything you get on Patreon. You could go read the book. And if you like it and utilize it, you can tell us whether you want us to revisit that project. So there you go. Anything to add on that, you guys?
No.
I volunteered to do this, and so we already have someone delegated. So if you really want it, it will happen.
There you go. Take apart projects to what the next immediate actions you can take. Oh yeah, the breaking big projects down into tasks. That definitely helps. Do you need to cite all copy and include them into the copy? If you would like to avoid jail, yeah. I mean, okay, the fuller answer to that, yes, it depends. For me, I work in a very, how should I say, highly regulated industry. So any word, any sentence that I write that makes a claim about reality has to be backed up in some way. Has to be backed up in a way that would be defensible in court if anybody ever sued the publisher. So, like, for example, like if you make a claim like, oh, I don't know, water will quench your thirst. There are certain compliance departments and certain legal review teams that will say, got proof for that? And you'll be like, why would I need to prove that? And they'll say, because we are the compliance department. And you'll say, but that's stupid. And they'll say, we don't care. That's how compliance usually goes. I actually have a few friends in the compliance department who have worked with copy before. And I was thinking about interviewing one of them to just be like, tell us everything that people need to know about compliance. But a good rule of thumb is if you include any statistics, if you include any facts, if you include any things, information that comes from the ether, or you make any sort of claim about reality, you need to be able to corroborate it and you need to provide some sort of proof. And there's a couple of reasons you want to do that. One, if you give that copy to a publisher and they put it out into the world and they get sued, well, guess what? Usually the person who wrote it is going to be at least partially liable for putting it out there. And in fact, when I put copy out there in the world, I literally have to sign a contract that says everything that I have written has been corroborated and is true to the best of my knowledge. I literally have to sign a contract that states and is like can be held in a court of law as evidence of whether I was negligent in making claims. Most of you working in like a $5 to $10 job, you're not going to have to deal with that kind of stuff. Like for real. And for them, you probably don't need to cite and include all your sources in copy. But it's still a good idea and a good habit to get into, just in case. Do you guys have anything that you want to add to that?
No. I'm good.
No.
What would be your USP to differentiate yourself from other copywriters? I am the only copywriter who's both bald, bearded, and handsome.
And has glasses.
And has glasses.
So.
And lives in Baltimore. Oh wait, I think
It's-
I think I just described every single financial copywriter in existence.
I definitely met two like that in Baltimore when I was there. So
yeah.
it's not true.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever worried about a USP to differentiate myself from other copywriters. Like again, the thing we were talking about earlier with getting clients is if you go for the right clients, you know how to identify them. They won't know any other copywriters. You will be the only copywriter. The market is so minimally sophisticated that they're just like, hey, you're the first one who's ever said this stuff to me. Cool. Like, let's try and do this together. So yeah, I don't know. I think copywriters definitely worry too much about that. I think they need to worry more about the action they take rather than how they try to convey themselves.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because it almost gets back to what I was saying before about the difference in talking to clients who aren't in marketing spaces. Like, that's never a question that you're going to hear from somebody. What's your particular USP? If I had to answer it, it would definitely be something about like the sort of experience that someone's going to have working with me, like the way in which I break down marketing principles to someone who can't otherwise access them so that they can actually understand them and feel like they still have control of their business, even though they're trusting somebody else with it. But I think that at the end of the day, that's just like kind of professionalism, understanding where your client is and like what they need to be comfortable with the services that they're being offered, and kind of scaffolding them through the process of like ideation through execution.
Yeah, that I think is a good point. I think that there's a proliferation right now of people that are like coming up with like random names for themselves. I'm not a copywriter. I'm not a sales copywriter. I'm a conversion copywriter. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. You are going to buy this person's course and be like, oh my, I'm going to learn all the secrets of conversion copy, the special secret kind of copy that is totally different and unique from all the other kinds of copy out there. Which, you know, sales copywriting is different from like UX copywriting, for example. But also like you're going to learn this conversion copywriting thing, and then you're going to go out into the world and you're going to try to find clients and you're going to say, hey, I'm not a normal copywriter. I'm a conversion copywriter. And the person who owns a local plumbing business is going to be like, what in the fuck does that mean? And you're going to say, well, I can help you convert your higher paying prospects into higher paying leads. And the plumber is going to go, are you high? Did you smoke PCP before you talk to me? The fuck is wrong with you? So that's the sort of thing that you need to keep in mind. Like, man, yes, you need to temper your language and how you talk to people. Somebody who markets themselves with a USP of conversion copywriter, they're not marketing themselves to plumbers, to financial publishers, to things like that. They're marketing themselves to other marketers or people who want to be copywriters. That's when you need a USP as a copywriter.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Sure.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Where can I go to find tips on contract negotiating with businesses as a writer? I should do a masterclass on this. I've negotiated a lot of contracts. I even made a template. That'll be on patreon.com/thecopythatshow at some point. Let's see. I sent that let Rod field one while you were cringing over Sean's tangent. The vegan thing was a possible objection to bone broth. Yes, absolutely. But that would be a something that you qualify well before you got to the offer. Was vegan for 10 months. Felt like we're not going to get into the vegan omnivore debate. That we're just avoiding that. Like, I've already called myself a whip cracker. That's the most offensive that we're going to be on this stream.
I don't know. We can top it.
Remember that time we played the word association game?
No, we can't do that. We can't do that again.
I'm not doing it on a live stream on YouTube.
Oh my goodness. We are going to get demonetized and canceled one day. Evaldo claimed he never took a course. Like, that's not a claim. That's a fact. And before I got into or like started working with Copy That, I had never taken a course either. I was at the Agora Financial boot camp, which I guess qualifies. I've never paid for one. But yeah, like all I did, like Evaldo, was just study ads like crazy. And like, so this is a true story. I read 2 books on copywriting. I read Persuasion by Michael Masterson, and I read Great Leads by Michael Masterson and Jack Ford. I did those 2 books because I was and am still working for Michael Masterson. And then I actually reached out to Mark Ford, to Michael Masterson himself, and I was like, I did this. Should I read your next Architecture of Persuasion next? This is what he literally said to me. Instead of, hey, Sean, yeah, you should read all of my books. This is what he said. 2 books is enough theory. Now go read great copy. That's it. That's all you need to do. And then I read more books after that when I wanted to learn more stuff. But it was only after I had started to see the theory in practice that it all made more sense. So that's advice that I give to everybody now. Anything to add to that, you guys?
It's like, or go ahead.
No, you go, please.
I think a good comparison here would be like reading an entire math textbook before trying to do some like addition problems, before like trying your first problem. Like none of this the later theory is going to make sense or even be comprehensible if you haven't first like actually tried to process any of it like in real life. So, get some practice, get some reps in.
Total side tangent, but there's a book, The Last Samurai, by Helen DeWitt. She's one of my favorite authors, and she wrote a book called The Last Samurai. It has nothing to do with the Tom Cruise movie, like totally separate. But there is a great like subplot of that story about a precocious child learning Lagrangians before they learn basic arithmetic, like something along those lines. So anyway, that was a counterexample.
I don't know what a Lagrangian is, but I'll trust that is impressive.
It is impressive. There you go. Okay. This isn't copywriting specific, but are you guys still working on an affiliate site? No, not at this point. We've rejiggered our priorities a lot over the past 3 seasons. 2 seasons? 2 seasons. But yeah. What else? People selling courses are worried about just that. I don't know what you were referring to. I'm just getting caught up on chat now. So like anything that you were referring to 10 minutes ago, no idea what you're talking about. Is it possible to subcontract with agencies to get their overflow work? Yes, that happens a lot. And in fact, agencies hire other agencies, and sometimes agencies only have one person. Now, I have a short where I go into the reasons why people might not want to start an agency. Simply because I think that the skills associated with starting an agency are so myriad and multivariate and complex that if you're just trying to learn copywriting, that's enough. You don't also want to be trying to learn payroll and management and networking and all this other stuff that would go along with like actually building an agency, like the tweaky, like finicky business stuff. That stuff is hard to learn on its own, let alone copywriting, which is also hard to learn on its own. So, Anywho, and then last comment, I also find lots of value studying proven scripts from the many live, knife, etc. demos on YouTube. They work off scripts, and it's fascinating to watch the audience driven to buy the product in real time. Yeah. Watch any webinar, and you will learn the exact same thing, which is to say that copy has beats, just like music has beats. And you will get different things from different parts of copy as it evolves and grows and shifts and changes, like a sonata. Not that anybody here has studied sonata form aside from me. But, yeah, like copy operates in that structural kind of way. And the best piece of copy that I would recommend you go watch after you stop listening to this is the Slap Chop commercial. That infomercial is like a perfect example of everything you want to include in a good sales page. And seriously, it hits all the correct beats of what good, especially physical product copy should do, but it's also very instructive for informational products as well. So,
man, I think we got to the bottom of that. Guys, we have been streaming for 4 hours.
Sorry, I used the hotkey trick that Rod taught me, and now I'm just so angry.
4 hours, my God, and we still need to. Oh, we still need to fulfill everything. Do you guys? Should we split that between the three of us now?
Yeah, let's. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
Mm-hmm.
Not my wife, but an actual snack, and then I'm going. And then I'm going to help set everything up on. Are we fulfilling this on Squarespace now? Is that where it's going to live?
I feel like we should go back to Kajabi at some point because there was a reason because everything's on Kajabi. Yeah, because we're going to fulfill it manually to Kajabi now, so we should automate it to Kajabi as well.
So what I can do once we get off the stream is I can manually take everybody who bought the product now and upload them into Kajabi so that they have access. So anybody who bought the Copy Accelerator product that we have launched over the course of this stream, I think it was like 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. They are going to get access via Kajabi. I'm going to upload their contact information there directly. But should we do any fulfillment via Squarespace or not?
I think we should keep everything to Kajabi.
If we can, yeah.
I will be sending out an extra bonus for anyone who buys, like now. Basically, anyone who buys before we sort out the automated thing, I'll include an extra bonus in it because I feel kind of bad. So, yeah, I'll probably fill that via like Google, my personal Google Drive or something. But yeah.
Just so here's what I would recommend to you, Alex, which is create a list on Squarespace that just includes the purchasers of this product. That way, like, you can tell them, hey, we're going to add you manually to Kajabi. It's going to take this amount of time. You're going to receive an email from Kajabi. Stay attentive to that. Also, here's the bonus. Just for being awesome and for being very forgiving of us.
I will do that now before I go. Or should I do that in the morning to give anyone a chance to buy between now and then?
Have we even fixed the ClickFunnels to Kajabi interface yet? Can we accept payment via Kajabi at this point?
No. But like, so hang on. What are you saying?
I'm saying
until we fix it, you don't have to. Don't worry about that part.
Yeah,
because we're going to get more and more people.
Right.
Okay.
So we're going to write up an email in Squarespace, and we're going to say, hey, we're going to add you manually to Kajabi. That we're going to do that in the morning. Anybody who buys this will get their stuff. Hang tight, but here's a free bonus in the meantime.
That's what I mean. Write that now.
Write that now.
Right. Okay. I see what you mean.
And then, as people come in, we can just we can template that email and then resend it on Squarespace, and then hopefully we can get Kajabi to start accepting good payments.
All right. Cool. And we should probably wrap this up just by saying thanks everyone for staying with us for 4 hours. We have only just dropped under 50 viewers, which I think is amazing considering we've had that many people for this long.
Yeah.
We're not quite Mr. Beast territory, but for like how far we've come as a stream, I think it's pretty incredible. But yeah, so just as a wrap up for me, which is, what this whole thing has kind of been for is, for right now till the end of this month, you can grab basically the fundamental Q&A pack of the 5-hour video. Like all the questions that were asked of me after that went out. I've compiled loads of resources that kind of hit on all those points as the sales page that is on your screen now. I'll put in the comments again. All of it, the sales page covers all of them. Go and check that out. Read it. Also, just read it to read the copy as well. Read it if it hits on points that you feel like, that's something that I actually need to know, and the free content the copy that has put out hasn't been able to quench that thirst, then yeah, do buy it if you can afford it, and if you're wanting to accelerate your career. If you're a beginner right now and you haven't gone through our free stuff, go through that first. You don't have to spend any money, but this is now $49, which is super, super cheap for everything that you get in there. And it will be going up to $79 after the end of this month, just because we need to try and make a little bit of money from it. But even then, $79 for all of this is extremely low. So this is one where, we will definitely release more expensive products in the future, where we actually do want to be profitable as a business, so we can, continue doing this. But for this one, it's very much a case of like, have it for cheap, have a ton of value, have loads of bonuses, because like this is almost an addendum to the 5-hour video. So I hope that you guys enjoy it and get value out of it. And thank you very much for watching that video and supporting us here. I can't believe it's nearly at 500,000 views. You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
At this point, like, this stream itself is almost an addendum to the 5-hour video because it's nearly 5 hours long.
Yeah. I'm just waiting till we get to 4 hours now.
Oh my god.
It's midnight here, and I have to get up at 5, and then I have to do a whole day's of work tomorrow. I'm trying to think my way around.
I'm going to immediately start working on the Kajabi stuff, but like, first things first, I'm going to try to figure out the payment situation. If I can't figure that out, then I'm going to start manually uploading names. So I think that was a stream.
That was a stream.
I don't know. I don't think we went for long enough, but
yeah. In honor of the 5-hour video, we should have streamed for 5 hours.
I'm tempted to now, but I'm not going to.
I'm so hungry, and there's still so much to do. Oh man.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get on the email. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us.
Yeah, everybody watching, I love you. Like, seriously, like, we wouldn't do the live stuff, the making stuff, that if it weren't for you. Like, the reason why Copy That grew is because people were interested in what we were putting out in the world. So we are extremely appreciative of you. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being there for us. And we hope we can be there for you too. Not like in a time of crisis, like if your like uncle is like a crack addict or something like that. We're not going to help you get him off the street. I'm sorry, but for like smaller stuff, like helping you improve your writing, we're there.
You can do that.
Yeah, for some people that might be a comparable task.
We'll see. It depends. Anyway. Anything else, you guys?
I think that's it.
No, that's
everything.
everything.
Next month. Or
Lovely.
next week.
Well, soon, we got other stuff to put out.
We have other stuff to film, so you'll be seeing a lot of us this month. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. So take care.
Bye-bye.